Very good morning, sir. Hope, sir, you are able to hear. Professor Ratnesh Das, sir, are you able to hear our voice? Yeah, good morning, sir. Hope you are able to listen my voice. Sir, your voice is not coming.
Hello,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, so sir, we are starting. So our day 2 session is chairing by Dr. Manmohan Singh Chauhan. He is assistant professor in MET School of Applied Sciences, MET University, Rajasthan, Jaipur. He has more than 8 years of research and teaching experience. He is doing research in the field of organocatalysis, green chemistry, asymmetric synthesis, water technology, waste utilization, and nanotechnology. He invited as resource person in center government body, NIEPA, and also delivered invited talk in national and international conferences. He has published more than 30 research papers in international reputed journals with good impact factors and also filed 2 patents. He has contributed 6 chapters in EPG Pathshala. He is also associated with 2 research projects. So Manmohan sir will handle this session. Over to you, Manmohan sir.
Thank you, Deepshikha Rathore, for your introduction. And sorry, network issue, we can't visit it. Right. So, I all welcome the Professor Sir. Professor, good morning. Hello. Audible?
Yeah, sir, your voice is your voice is not perfectly coming. There is some
Right now?
noise. Yeah, there is some noise, sir.
Okay. Please give me some time. Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I welcome Professor Ratnesh Das sir from Hari Singh Gaud University. Professor Ratnesh Das is currently Professor of Department of Chemistry at Dr. Hari Singh Gaud Central University, Sagar. He has completed his PhD in 2001 in chemistry from Department of Chemistry from same university. He has 19 years experience of teaching and research. His teaching and research area includes heterocyclic chemistry, drug design, medicinal chemistry, and electrochemistry. He has rationally designed and synthesized compounds with indole moiety. Currently, he is focusing on conjugate chemistry for the development of target drug delivery system for effective treatment of cancer. He has completed research projects of DST, UGC, and MPCST Bhopal. He has guided 5 PhD and delivered several lectures on national and international platforms. He has published more than 83 research papers in peer review journal and in national international conferences. He is also the member of, he is also the managing editor of Journal of Science, in charge and director Department of Physical Education. He is the also executive member of University EC, member of University Proctoral Board, and US member and school board member. Sir, I welcome you at this conference and the second day session of this conference. Please, Professor Ratnesh, sir.
Thank you, Manmohanji, for a kind introduction. So before I start, I am thankful for the organizer for giving me an opportunity. So let me share the slide. Just let me know whether slides are visible. Are slides visible? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your slides are available here on the screen.
And what about voice? Voice is there?
Yes, yes. It is also perfect, sir.
Okay, okay. So before I start my lecture, this is the first slide. You can see this is the road which leads to our university. This is our great renowned person, Dr. Hari Singh Gaurji. This is the main gate of our university. And this is our department, that is Department of Chemistry. So as you all are aware that today's talk will be focused on porous nanomaterial catalyzed green synthesis of some derivatives of indole. I think you all must be aware what are nanomaterial, what are porous nanomaterial, what is green chemistry, and basically, as Manmohan ji has told that I am a man of organic chemistry. So basically what we are doing, we are synthesizing many organic compounds belonging to heterocyclic moiety, and our focus is mainly on indole because indole is a molecule which is present in many natural products and it is used in many types of in medicinal chemistry as well as in many drugs. So therefore I have restricted the topic. So the talk will be, the outline will be introduction, what are the chemical synthesis, some mechanism, techniques, results, and the reusability of catalysts. As you all are aware, nowadays nanoparticles have drawn attention of scientists because of their extensive application in the field of new technologies in area of electronics. These nanoparticles can be used in material science. And as I have told, we are using these nanoparticles for the synthesis of heterocyclic compounds, and these synthesized moieties can be used as medicines. Some natural products are the main source of motivation of drug and synthesize new molecules for drug development. And as I have told, our focus is mainly on indole and tool which contains nitrogen as heterocyclic compound. And as I have told, it is present in many natural products. And indole moiety has been employed in designing of new heterocyclic compounds. And these compounds have biological and pharmacological properties like antimicrobial, antitubercular, antimalarial, antitubulin, sodium glucose fruit transport inhibitor, antioxidant, and many others. And previously, we have synthesized many series of these indole derivatives, and we have used these as antituber agents. And what we have done, initially we have used multi-component reaction, and that is a very vast field in the field of medicinal chemistry. As you all are aware that multi-component reaction favor molecular diversity and that are generated by mixing simple precursors. And I will just tell you in brief that these multi-component reaction, we are doing some reaction, and if that reaction is in 3-step or 4-step in multi-component, you don't need those steps. You just mix all the reactants, and that reaction can be done in a single pot. And these multi-component reactions have high atom economy. Conditions are very mild, structural complexity, and environmentally benign process. And heterogeneous catalysis in water as a solvent is regarded as a clean and sustainable approach. As some of you must be from organic background, so in organic we have to use many types of these solvents. But if we talk about green synthesis or green approach, then instead of using those hazardous solvents that will cause some side effects to ourselves and to the environment, the heterogeneous catalysis. So we must use water as a solvent because water is not going to harm our environment. And as a consequence, synthetic chemists prefer to design multi-component reaction in water. So what we have done, just a minute, some slides are missing. So what we have done, we have synthesized a series of 3 substituted indole, and these reactions were carried out by Novanogel or Michael reaction. So as we are from chemistry, so I need not to describe what is Novanogel and Michael reaction. So these indole and its derivatives are known as an important class of heterocyclic compound in the pharmaceutical industry as well as in the synthetic chemistry. So as I have told, if we want that our environment should not be polluted by our reactions, so water is the most environmentally benign, non-flammable, and naturally available solvent. So instead of using those hazardous solvent, we must try that our reaction is carried out in water as a solvent. So water also offers the benefit of it is very inexpensive and simple workout and purification that can be carried out by phase separation technique. And most of these reported methods involve the use of expensive, moisture-sensitive, non-recyclable reagent and required extended reaction time and harsh conditions. So organic reaction in aqueous media are therefore an attractive area in green chemistry. Keeping in view of these diverse biological activity associated with indole, it was thought to construct a novel system which may combine to several bioactive rings together in a single molecular framework to see the additive effects towards the biological activities. If in between my voice is not there, just let me know. So as we are talking about green chemistry or sustainable chemistry, so the green chemistry was the term which was coined by Anastas and which was defined as green chemistry effect efficiently utilizes raw material, eliminates waste, and avoids the use of toxic or hazardous reagents and solvents in the manufacture and application of chemical products. So I think you all must be aware that if we talk about green chemistry or green synthesis or sustainable chemistry, there are 12 principles of green chemistry. So I will just let you know what were those principles. We won't go in detail. So first principle was prevention. So it is better to prevent waste than to trust to clean up waste after it has been created. See, as we are from chemistry background, so whether you are working in physical, organic, or inorganic research field, we use different types of materials. And mostly the chemicals, as we are aware, they pollute our environment and they are hazardous to the plants as well to the human. So if you do a reaction, first of all, we must try to build our stream or what we are planning to do. Initially, we must take care that the waste that is being produced in the reaction or in any process, it must be sustainable. Means the waste जब हम इसको बनाएंगे तो instead of cleaning or treating the side products which have been formed, it is better that we prevent those side products that are being formed. So that was the first principle, that was prevention. Second was atom economy. See, synthetic metals should be designed in such a way that the incorporated material is used maximum in your product. Third principle was less hazardous chemical synthesis. So once you plan your reaction, whether inorganic, physical, or organic, what we have to decide is the reaction must not lead to the hazardous chemicals that will pollute our environment. Fourth was designing safer chemicals. So chemical products, it should be designed to effect the desired function while minimizing their toxicity. Next, fifth was safer solvent and auxiliary. As I am organic chemist and few of you all must be working in this organic field. So we use different type of solvents and auxiliaries. So what solvents we are using, those solvents we have to think whether they are safe for us as well as for the human and society. Next is design of energy efficiency. Energy requirement of chemical process should be recognized for their environmental and economical impact and should be minimized. So if possible, as organic chemists, the synthetic method should be constructed at ambient temperature and pressure. Next was use of renewable feedstock. A raw material or feedstock should be renewable rather than depleting. So the reactants what you are using, if possible, that can be recycled and we can use them again and again. So as my talk, I have told you that we have synthesized some nano catalysts, and the beauty of these nano catalysts is there we can use them for 20 to 25 times. Means these catalysts can be recovered after the reaction is over and we can use them again. Next was reduce derivative. See, as organic chemists, what we do, we prepare a compound, then we make different type of derivative of that compound. So unnecessary derivatization of this compound should be minimized or avoided if possible, because such steps require additional reagents and they generate waste. Next is catalysis. So we are all aware what are catalysts, how they function. So catalytic reagents should be as selective as possible. Next is design for degradation. So chemical products should be designed so that at the end of their function, they break down into
Excuse me, sir.
small. Yeah, madam.
Yeah, your screen is not full. So can you show your screen, full screen?
Now it's there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So design for degradation, if we are designing or synthesizing any compound, so we must think after the function of that compound is over, that compound should degrade automatically into products that are not persistent in the environment and they don't harm the environment. And next, one of the most important is real-time analysis for pollution prevention. See, whenever we are doing a reaction, we can't, in analytical or physical chemistry, the persons who are working, they can monitor the reaction in between. But as organic chemists, it is very difficult for us to the real-time analysis of our reaction, because once a reaction is started, we never know what are the side products that will be created while doing our reaction. So analytical methodologies need to be further developed to allow for real-time in-process monitoring. Because in organic chemistry, once you take your reactants, the reaction automatically start, and it's very difficult. We come to know how much time will be required for the reaction, and in between the process monitoring and control prior to the formation of hazardous substance. And last, 12th principle was inherently safer chemistry for accident prevention. Now I come to the reactions, what we have done. So we have done this reaction in one pot. So is the slides okay, madam?
Yes, sir, perfect.
So what we have done, this is very efficient protocol for synthesis of di-indole oxyindole derivative in the presence of catalytic amount of graphene oxide as a heterogeneous catalyst. And as I have told, we instead of using
Please, sir, once again, it has been not shown. So please show it again.
which one, madam?
Full screen, sir.
Full screen is not there
No, no. Do it full screen again.
now.
No, sir.
Now it's there.
No, no. Full screen.
Now
Not now. Yes, full
No,
screen,
from-
sir. Fine, fine, fine. It is
from my side, so as I have told, instead of taking any solvents or catalyst, what we have done, we have taken water as a solvent medium. So as you all can see that graphene oxide, a water soluble material with a honeycomb structure, that is sp2 sp3 structure. It is a 2D building stone for a carbon materials. As you all must be knowing, fullerenes and nanotubes. So this was the reaction, the synthesis of di-indole oxyindole derivative in presence of catalytic amount of graphene oxide in water medium. The reaction condition, what we have done, we have taken derivatives of isatine, indole, and catalyst was graphene oxide and solvent was water. In the next reaction, what can you see the slide? And what we have done in this reaction, a facile one-pot synthesis of novel series. So we have made different types of derivative of these 2-indole, 3-methylene, 5,5-dimethyl cyclohexene, 1,3-dione. So what we have done, we have used here mesoporous copper oxide as a reusable heterogeneous catalyst, and again the solvent was water. And the compounds, this is the reaction you can see. So instead of using any other solvent, we have taken water again as the solvent, and the catalyst was mesoporous copper oxide. This reaction I have told. Next was hydroamination of alkenes. It is known to be easily performed under gold catalysis. However, the heterogeneous catalysis allow an easy recycling of catalyst. Thus, commercial gold nanoparticles supported on titanium oxide were successfully tested for the alkene hydrobromination. In particular, the intramolecular hydroamination leads to indole, and the gold nanoparticles were recycled 5 times without loss of efficiency. The beauty of this reaction was that what we have done, we have taken gold nanoparticles, and these nanoparticles as they were solid. So again, we have used them for 5 times for the same reaction and or in different reaction. It means the catalyst what we are using that can be recycled again and again. This was the one pot two-step synthesis of. This is the compound what we have synthesized. So again, what we have done, we have taken gold catalyst under hydrogenation condition. So there are many reactions. I will show only few because we have restricted to the time. This is another reaction in which we have synthesized some novel indoles via one-pot reaction of acetonic anhydride, alcohol, and alkyl bromide in the presence of zinc oxide nanorods. And the solvent again, there here we have used no solvent. So these all reactions are very much good for our environment, and these all are green catalysis because in this reaction we have neither used any solvent, neither we have used water. So the preparation of indole derivative from the reaction of acetonic anhydride and alkyl bromide in the presence of alcohol and zinc nanorod. However, easy workup, solvent-free condition, and reusability of catalyst make this method an interesting alternative to other approach. Again, here the zinc nanorods, what we have used, we can recycle them and again, and that can be used in food 5 or more than 5 times. This is the basic scheme what we have synthesized. This is the again another reaction, a facile and efficient catalytic approach for multi-component one-pot synthesis of novel spiro carbonitriles have been shown in the reaction in which nickel oxide nanoparticles are used as catalysts. The overall process, this is a Knoevenagel reaction, as you all are from chemistry, so you all must be knowing what are Knoevenagel reaction. So here we have used ethanol as solvent because we have tried using water or solvent free, but this reaction was not feasible. So therefore we have used ethanol. Now what we in this slide, the reaction I have already shown. So what we have done, we have taken indole, aldehyde, and mesoporous copper oxide at heterogeneous catalyst. So these were the protocol which we have followed, and this was the new strategic that produced the first example of facile 3-component protocol for the preparation of novel 2,1H indole 3-yl methyl 5,5 dimethyl cyclohexane 1,3 diol. So we have prepared a variety series of these compounds, and as I have told, we have used mesoporous copper oxide. So this was the FTIR result of copper oxide. So you can see this is the XRD pattern of macroporous copper oxide monoliths obtained by calcination of copper nitrate. And we have also done EDX analysis of copper oxide monolith obtained after calcination of copper oxide. That was XRD, this was XRD, and this is EDX. And after doing this, we have done SAM and TAM also. So this was the SAM image of macroporous copper oxide monolith synthesized by using 1,2,3 as a non-ionic surfactant. Monoliths were prepared by calcination of copper nitride. This is a beautiful SAM image. This is the TAM image of porous copper oxide monolith. Again, that was obtained after calcination of copper oxide. These are the adsorption and desorption. This is NMR. This is FTIR spectra of the synthesized graphene oxide, what we have used in some of our reactions. After doing this, we have done TAM, and this is the TAM image of graphene oxide. In some reactions, as I have told, we have used gold nanoparticles. So this is the TAM image of gold nanoparticles, which was supported on ferric oxide. We have used nanorod zinc oxide. So this is the SAM image and XRD pattern of the synthesized nanorod of zinc oxide. And this was the mechanism of the reaction. As I have told, we have prepared a variety of series of one-pot synthesis of 2H55 dimethyl cyclohexane 1,3 diol. So you can see after the reaction is over, our catalyst is free. What we have to do, you have to just filter the catalyst, and again this catalyst can be reused. So as I have told, we have used this catalyst in 7 to 8 cycles. Now what was the result of this reaction? So as I have told, this was multi-component reaction And in aqueous medium, it was carried out at room temperature, and it is of great interest to synthetic chemists because they provide access to a large number of organic molecules through a high atom economy and environmentally benign route. In order to illustrate the role of solvent, various solvents were used in order to evaluate and scope the limitation of the reaction. In general, the polar protic solvents, those were ethyl alcohol and water. The result is very good and the yield was very high. The dielectric constant measures the solvent ability to reduce the field strength of electric field surrounding a charged particle immersed in it. So what we have done, we have taken different catalysts and different solvents to carry out this reaction. So in this slide, you can see if we are taking DCE, catalyst was anhydrous ferric chloride, the yield was 23. So we have checked this with 12 different types of solvent and 12 different types of catalyst. If you are using DMSO, cupric iodide was the catalyst, yield was 9%. So if you can go through this slide instead of I must read, if we come to the just bottom of this slide, you can see if the water is your solvent and the catalyst is mesoporous cupric oxide, you can see the percent yield increase to 93%. So the beauty of this reaction is we have gone adding different type of solvent. So if you use this solvent, they are hazardous, they will degrade our environment, they will be poisonous to the environment and they will affect our body also. So instead of using this solvent, if you are using water and if you are taking any mesoporous catalyst, your yield is going to increase and there will be no damage to our environment, and therefore we say this reaction is sustainable and we can talk about green chemistry. And the beauty of this reaction is reusability of the catalyst. The reusability of the catalyst broadens the area of potential application. It may be due to the coagulation of nanoparticle resulting in the reduction of surface area of nanocatalyst used. So this is how you can see this is the yield, and if you do this reaction 5 times, so the cycle number is 5 and we can maintain your efficiency. That means the yield is the same whether you use this catalyst once, twice, thrice, 4 times or 5 times. Means there is reusability of the catalyst. Now we are coming to the conclusion. So these method offers several advantages, including avoidance of harmful organic solvent. Your yield is going to increase. The reaction time is going to decrease. It is very simple workup procedure, ease of separation and recyclability of the catalyst, as well as the ability to tolerate a wide variety of substitution in the component. In recent time, transition metal nanoparticles are attracting a great deal of attention. So therefore, I have used zinc. These all are 3D block elements, zinc and copper. And a great deal of attention is almost any scientific and technological yield, including catalysis, nanoparticles as a green, effective and recoverable catalyst. The catalyst can be recycled and reused without apparent loss of activity. Here we have reported the fusion of banning aqueous medium and nanocatalyst to develop a mild and green approach with higher environment sustainability for the synthesis of some novel indole derivatives employing multi-component protocol. Multi-component reaction protocol have operational simplicity, reduced reaction time, better functional group tolerance, excellent yield, and ease of product isolation are the advantageous features encountered, which makes the present method as a desirable and attractive feature of nanocatalysts are high catalytic efficiency, maximum surface area, and best thing is their recyclability. In order to confirm the efficient involvement of nanoparticles during this transformation, a control experiment can also be conducted in the absence of nanoparticles. The advantage of these methods are environmentally benign, safe protocol, involve a simple setup, very mild condition, high product yield, short reaction time, and the possibility of reusing the catalyst and chemoselectivity and solvent-free condition. So with this, I conclude. If some questions are there, the questions are welcome. Over to you, Manmohan ji.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for giving us very deep knowledge in the field of chemistry, because maximum students are from the biotech and some students are from physics and material science. So it is excellent to think about the green chemistry. And because the students are also listening, I have one question. That how we can just develop our synthesis process in which green synthesis we can include more and more.
Madam, what you have to do, see, if we are doing a simple reaction, suppose we are talking about Friedel-Crafts reaction. In
Yes.
Friedel-Crafts reaction, the reactant is anhydrous ferric chloride. So you have to design a reaction. Reactant must be same, but instead of using these inorganic catalysts, you have to think about any nanoparticle or nanorod or a composite that will work instead of ferric chloride, because these inorganic catalysts, they will produce byproducts, and these byproducts are going to harm our environment.
Yes. Yeah, so actually, sir, nowadays what is happening? Many researchers are blindly using the hazardous chemicals for synthesizing the nanoparticles, and they are thinking they are using the heavy metal, they are doping the heavy metals or rare earth metal, and they are thinking they are getting very good results in with the different properties. So what is your suggestion or advice in terms of
No,
green?
instead of using these routine catalysts, if we go to their nano size, or if you do some composite or 1 or 2 nanoparticles, they adhere together, so then the reaction will be of green chemistry, because if we are using these nanoparticles, those nanoparticles can be recycled also,
Yes.
and the byproduct, no byproduct of hazardous nature will be formed.
Yeah, so basically what I am seeing, the new research scholars are thinking that the new combination and different kinds of rare earth metal they are doping. So how we can just control the very hazardous things for the environment?
Instead of doping these materials, if we go for their nano size, then the
Yes.
issue of these hazardous byproducts will automatically decrease.
Yes. Yeah, so definitely hope our research scholars are listening and thinking how they can reduce the some hazardous and toxicity those are creating during the synthesis process, and also all bio side technology whatever students are using. So it is also one thing that students must analyze first and then start their research work. So
First, you have to, your protocol must be prepared first, the compounds which you are taking and the product which you are trying to form. So in between, some hazardous compounds should not be formed. But once you plan your research, then the things automatically will go on in your favor.
yes. So such as there's no any question. Hope students are listening and they will follow your suggestions also. And it was great topic you have just discussed here in this keynote address. So thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and enlighten us for with the help of your suggestions and talk. So anything else if you want to say and discuss with the students, please, sir, you can say some lines.
See, if some students, if they are from organic field, so if you have some query or if you have some scheme what you want to synthesize, and if you are having any sort of problem, instead of using these routine catalysts, if you want to use some nano catalyst or some mesoporous compounds or any sort of nanoparticle or nano rod, you can contact me and we can discuss, and I will let you know, instead of using this routine catalyst, you can go for these nano catalysts.
Yes, yes, definitely, sir. So I'll share your mail ID with the students. If they are interested, we can contact you. Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much, sir.
sure, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you so much,
thank
sir.
you again.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are just going ahead for our next session. It is technical session, and we will start within 5 minutes. So you can take a break for 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will start. Okay, so participants, we are starting our technical session. Dr. Harish Kumar is with us. He is session chair and he will chair your session. So Dr. Harish Kumar is an assistant professor in food technology in Sri Vishwakarma Skill University, Palwar. He is in the field of basically he is very good food technologist and we have chosen because we have chosen Harish sir as a session chair because in the food technology he has done lots of work. So he possesses an solid academic background. Just 1 minute. And extensive teaching and research experience of 7 years in the field. His research contributions are significant as evidenced by the completion of the national research project funded by DST-SERB with a grant of Indian rupees 43 lakh. Additionally, he is currently working on another national project funded by DST in Dehradun, Uttarakhand, with a grant of Indian rupees 7.67. He has published more than 35 papers in prestigious journals, boosting an impressive impact factor of over 100 and filed 5 patents. He has guided 2 PhDs and is currently supervising 3 more PhD scholars. Additionally, he has mentioned 2 MSc students. Dr. Harish Kumar has received an Excellence Teacher Award recognizing his commitment to conduction and his impact on student learning experience. He has also been recognized for his research contribution and presentation skills. He has received the Best Poster Award in an international conference and the Best Oral Award in a national conference. Further established has expertise in the field of food technology. So over to you, Harish sir. We are starting the sessions with the participants presentation and hope you have the list and we are calling one by one the students. So I'm just stop sharing our first scholar for the session 1 is Prakhar. I think just 1 minute. Is Parihar. Parihar is available?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please. Sorry, Miss Kumkum Parihar. Yeah, please. Please share your screen.
Sure, ma'am. Just give me a minute and I'll share.
Yeah, sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can start. Yeah, before starting, I would like to say everyone has to follow 7 to 8 minutes for the presentation and 1 to 2 minutes for discussion.
Okay, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone. And today I'm going to present on the topic, the convergence of precision farming and plant-based proteins, that is a pathway to sustainable food systems. And so let's look at the global agri-food challenges that we'll be facing in 2050. So according to these, by the time our global population is estimated to reach around 9.1 billion people, we will have to increase our overall food production by about 70%. And the average calorie intake in 2050 of per person would be around 3050 kilocalories, and the amount of cropland that we have to increase is about 151 million hectares, but due to the slow annual growth rate, it will be around 91 million hectares. So what is precision farming? Precision farming is an agricultural technology and technique that optimizes the agriculture via utilizing data from GPS, GIS, sensors, and it performs precise resource management and enhances productive sustainability. And the advantages of precision farming are it increases the crop yield, and that means improved profitability to our hardworking farmers. Then the resource wastage is reduced, which means that both is conserved and the savings occur. Then we have soil health and fertility, which are also enhanced, which results in long-term agricultural productivity, and the adaptability to changing climates allows for resilient and reliable food production. Next, we have plant-based proteins. So plant-based proteins are nutrient-packed resources derived from plants such as legumes, grains, nuts, and seeds. These offer numerous health benefits and have a lower environmental impact compared to animal-based proteins. The nutritional advantages are noteworthy. They are low in saturated fats and cholesterol-free, which support heart health, and with high fiber content, they aid in digestion and improve weight management. These proteins are antioxidant rich, which help in lowering the risk of many diseases. But what are the advantages of plant-based meats over traditional animal-based proteins? Then they are their efficient resource utilization and lower environmental impact is one of them, and the biodiversity preservation and reduced pollution that occurs by using plant-based proteins is another one. And then we have enhanced climate resilience and lower utilization of plenty resources. Now we're going to discuss about the core, that is the nexus between the plant-based proteins and precision farming. So precision farming can fine-tune the cultivation practices, aligning perfectly with the plant-based protein production. And this energy leads to increased yields, improved nutrient content, and a minimized environmental footprint. This in turn enriches our sustainable and nutritious plant-based diet, fostering healthier food systems and ecological balance. Uh, there is a real world case study in Peru of quinoa production, in which we come to know that Peru and the South American countries, they account for about 80% of the global trade. And with the help of precision agriculture and optimizing the yields and everything according to the weather conditions, the soil conditions over there, the farmers have increased their quality of life and also have gained better results. And then next we have the economic viability. So there are many new fields and research is coming upon, but are they really economically viable for the farmers and everyone in general? So like that's the main question. So precision farming is a smart investment, we could say, because the yield gains is high, and the input cost reductions are about 20 to 15%, and the plant-based protein market is also a very booming one. It's very up in the market, around 8% CAGR it has, and it meets health and eco-aware consumer trends. Next, we have diversification from livestock to plant-based proteins, and this is very important as people are coming to know about the benefits of the plant-based proteins and how the animal-based diets could be harmful to them in the long run. And this synergy aligns with the evolving preferences of the consumers, and we can foster more resilient agriculture systems because of that. And in the current economy, precision farming, plant-based proteins production offers substantial economic gains, addressing consumer demands while ensuring sustainable and profitable agribusiness practices for all. Then we have the socio-economic implications. So certainly there are many challenges that exist in the developing countries, such as the initial cost barriers for the change and the limited access to many resources such as electricity and internet, and thus they have to be trained in the technological literacy, and there are many knowledge gaps and a resistance to change from among them. So because of all the socio-cultural factors and the less support by the institutions and all, there are many challenges posed in the developing countries. We could help facilitate those challenges by providing financial support, by providing good infrastructure, by fostering more public-private partnerships and skill training and development in the farmers and everyone. And we need to employ more tailored strategies for local context so that we can connect to people in those countries. One of those countries is our country also, obviously. And we need to have a strong policy framework, and many collaborative efforts need to be done for the successful implementation of the same. In conclusion, I would like to say that the integration of precision farming and plant-based proteins mark a significant step towards establishing sustainable food systems that benefit people and the planet. And we could help undo the harm that we have caused to the planet over the years. And the integration optimizes resource utilization. It boosts agriculture productivity and eases environmental pressures. As we move forward, we are paving the way for resilient, equitable, and environmentally conscious food systems, ensuring nourishment and sustainability for present and future generations. Thank you.
Yeah, Hari sir, please ask question.
Kumkum,
Yes, sir.
is that they are giving same amount of protein like meat, from animal sources?
Yes, sir, we could get the same amount of protein by slightly shifting our diets. We could also get many other.
Any example of plant-based food that are giving same amount of proteins equal to the animal meat?
Sir,
Any
we
example?
have pea protein and soy-based proteins that we have. They have a.
So no. So when we are taking 100 gram of, for example, we are taking 100 gram of chicken,
Yes,
they are
sir.
giving X amount of protein. So how much amount of plant-based meat we have to take to equalize with the animal meat?
Sir, the digestibility of plant-based proteins is less. I agree with that. And we have to take almost about twice as more the quantity.
Twice is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there is any disadvantages of preparing this type of plant-based meat, in case of some type of allergens?
Yes, sir. Some people could. There are digestibility issues mainly that people face in plant-based proteins, and but with the help of different technologies we have with different texturizers and enzymes and all, we could help reduce that.
Okay, which one is more healthier, plant-based or animal meat?
Sir, in the long run, I would say the plant-based proteins are healthier, not only for the environment, but also for us, as there are many studies that show like heart rate diseases or with animal-based products or red meats in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Kumkum, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Can you mention any new products which are recently came into the market related to plant-based protein?
Yes, sir. Sir, recently I read about many protein powders and all that have come in plant-based formulations also with pea protein, soy protein, hydrolyzed vegetable proteins and all.
Any product brand name, by brand name, if it is any.
I think Tata, whatever the health supplement or the protein supplement that Tata has, they have it in, especially for women. They advertise it as especially for women.
Okay. Okay, Kumkum.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, next candidate is Nandini. So Nandini, you can start your presentation. Just share your
Okay, sir.
Kumkum,
Okay, sir.
just unshare this PPT.
Yes, sir.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, visible.
Hello?
Just go on slide mode.
Okay.
Slides. Yes. Okay, good. Yes, you can start.
Okay. A very good morning to everyone. Today, I, Nandini Rathod, is here to present a presentation on the topic Unpeeling the Nano World, that is expanding the food safety monitoring through the nano biosensor technology. Here are some topics which I'm going to cover in my presentations. Introduction, nano biosensors overview, advantages of nano biosensors technology in food safety monitoring, applications of nano biosensor technology in food safety monitoring, risks and challenges, future trends, and conclusion. So here I'll start with introduction. Basically, a nanoparticle are the basics of nanotechnology, and it is a part of with a nominal diameter with a less than 100 nanometer with a physiochemical properties that distinguish it from its submicron parts. Other structures synthesized at the nanometer level, which are called nanomaterials, which includes nanotubes, nanobits, nanorods, nanowires. In the food and agriculture sectors, nanobacteria, nanofungicides, nanofertilizers, and nanobiosensors are developed using the nanometer size, synthesized, and biological components obtained by traditional physical and chemical methods and modern green synthesis. Here are some mandatory use of biosensors that has gained extreme importance in the field of drug development, biomedicines, food safety standard, defense, security, environmental monitoring, and this led to an invention of accurate and efficient analytical tool using a biological sensing element as a biosensor. Here is an overview of the nanobiosensors. Before we start further, I'll give you an overview of nanobiosensors. Nanobiosensors are the one that contains a biological molecules capable of detecting the analytes target molecules upon binding to a receptor molecules and transducers that transforms the recognition events into the readable signals and that can detect analytical modules. The development of large surface area nanoparticles and their integrations in nanobiosensors have been successful in understanding the complex and dynamic biochemical reactions. Further, here are some types of biosensor. There are many types of biosensor, but we will discuss some of these. First is optical or visual biosensors. The basic mechanism of optical visual biosensors are this biosensor is basically based on the measurement of the changes in a specific wavelength in a light. The application further moves higher sensitivity and portable enzyme biosensors, which are developed by using this technology. Second one is silica, crystal, and glass biosensors. Their optical transparency permits stimulation and generation of illumination to flow through this, which exhibit superior compatibility with the functionalization, and it's harmless to the cell. Basically, its application is bioimaging, biosensing, and cancer therapy. Furthermore, moving towards the biosensor based on nanomaterials, then there are some biosensors which based on nanomaterials that are quantum dots. Semiconductor quantum dots exhibits the size and compositions depends upon the fluorescence property that are suitable for the multiple multi-target and highly sensitive imaging with a single exciting wavelength. The applications of quantum dots are the water solubility of quantum dots, which makes them suitable for biological application, including imaging detection and biomolecular conjugation. And another one is microbial biosensors, that is, its mechanism is through genetic or a protein engineering. Basically, it synthesizes the biological based technology. The applications of microbial biosensors are bioremediation, biochemical oxygen demand, and toxicity in the environment, which can easily be monitored by newly developed microbial fuels, which is based on biosensors. And another application is pesticides and heavy metal detections. Here are some more advantages. There are more nanobiosensors, which are further classified as enzyme-based biosensors, electrode-based biosensors, wholesale-based biosensors, tissue wholesale biosensors, atmospheric biosensors, immunosensor, then electrochemical biosensor, optical biosensors. Basically, the enzyme-based biosensors are in the food analysis a freshness assembled method, which is basically based on the biogenic amino acids, which is usually used. The electron-based biosensors are basically a research focused on the electron-based biosensors, especially screen printing biosensors, exploring the different techniques for immobilizing the biosensing components. Moving towards the wholesale biosensors, which is we can say these are the modified cell which express the protein such as green fluorescence protein. Many articles which has provided an overview about this technique. We can further see about that. By selecting a specific cell type by using the genetic engineering techniques, biosensors can be adopted to detect a specific analytical or indicate a general stress-free environment. Tissue whole organisms based biosensor, which are based on the antibodies and receptors which have been widely studied. One of the example which involved in the detection of dinitrophenol as a model of dioxin analyte, which is using as a crystal micro balance as a transducer. Moving towards the immunosensors. Immunosensors are specifically interactions between the antibody and the antigens. Specifically, immunological tests, which are labeled as enzymes, antibodies, fluorescence markers to detect an immunological responses. However, when integrated with a biosensor platform, we can say it forms a biosensor technology enables a rapid, accurate analysis. And moving towards the advantages of nanobiosensor technology in the food safety monitoring, in the recent year, there has been much invested in the development and research of the biosensors to detect the food pathogen. The sensitivity of the biosensor depends on the characteristics of the transducers and biodetection elements. Biosensor technology has the potential to increase the sensitivity and specificity for the detection of the pathogens, enable the high throughput analysis, and it can be used to monitor the critical control point in the food production. There are very sensitive to detect the viruses and even small amount of potentially harm substances. They have a very high surface of the volume ratio, and they can work even at a atomic scale with a very high efficiency reaction time. Then moving towards the applications of the biosensors that are recently the nanotechnology based control and prevention measures have been developed to ensure the food safety and quality. Some of them are still under development. Food spoilage falls into three main categories, that is toxins, microbial sources, chemicals. Firstly, there are some foods such as mushroom that are naturally produced toxin that can cause serious health effects into human body, including kidney, liver, and many more. Secondly, the microbes can, such as bacteria, viruses, that spoil the food after consumption, cause serious damage to the health. Thirdly, in addition to the substances, it promotes the growth, such as drug antibiotics, the feed additives, which are used to improve the food quality and prevent the animal diseases, which when these chemicals exceed the permissible limit, they causes the destructions and increase the damage to the public health. And therefore, careful monitoring of the food for such technology induce the interference, which can help to overcome the pitfalls faced by the conventional food technology. Nanobiosensors have been developed for the real-time detection of the foodborne pathogens, spoilage, microbes, toxins, allergens, pollutants, and highly sensitive food additives. And and their moving towards some biosensors and their here are some fibric optic biosensors, microorganisms which are affected by that vaccine virus, Bacillus globulus, then Salmonella, and another biosensor, that is chemireceptive biosensors, the microorganisms E. coli biosensor, which are formed by mRNA sequence of C immobilized into the complementary metal oxide semiconductors. Then another one is coliometric biosensors, that is aflatoxin B1, the wholesale based biosensor, that is Penicillium digitatum in organs. Then plasmonic based biosensors. Another one is electrochemical DNA based biosensor. The microorganism are Salmonella, silicon nanowire biosensors, that is E. coli, then the metal oxide semiconductor based biosensors, and wholesale bacteria biosensors for volatile detection. Here are some biosensors that has been developed, and the risk and challenges which we are facing right now, and even in the future times, that are there are also few risks which uses the nanocomposites in the food packaging. Then another one is migration of the nanocomposites in the food materials, which raise the concern among the consumers and the food safety officials. The migration of these particles into the food material can be attributed to the pH of food, the temperature of the food material, the solubility, etc. To compensate for these shortcomings of the metal oxide, researchers are now basically focusing on the biopolymers. However, to counter this issue, we must significant research in the field of nanocomposite for active biopackaging, overcome these challenges. And specialized method for testing the absorption is we went into the exploring the field. Here, the conclusion, the research emphasized the nanobiosensors process remarkable sensitivity, specificity, and the rapid response capability of making them ideal candidate for addressing the challenges of the food safety by harassing the unique properties of the nanomaterials such as quantum dots, nanowires, nanoparticles, and these biosensors can be detect even trace amount of pathogens, toxins, and contaminants, thereby preventing the potential health risks and associated with the trained food. Furthermore, this nanobiosensor technology, it does not only enhance the efficiency of the food safety monitoring, but also reduce the need for the costly and time-consuming laboratory procedures. The time monitoring and data collection offered by the nanobiosensors are stakeholders across the food supply chain to take the proactive measures and from production to distribution, prevent it from break and ensure the consumer well-being. Thank you.
Okay, Nandini. Is there any limitation of biosensor in food safety?
Yes, sir. There are some limitations of biosensors. Basically, sir, basically the limitations, uh, uh, it is basically on the saturation of the limit and the consequences of the materials, which is basically used in designing the sensors. If the signal is saturated, that means the biosensors has a maximum capacity, or it cannot detect any more substances. So this is uh, this is the main, and also the limitation is detection limit and detection time and the specificity. It works basically on a specific area or a specific amount uh, with a very specific, we can say,
In case of detection limit,
what's up
on the basis of detection limit, any limitation?
on the basis of
Detection limit.
detection limit. Sir, detection limit, if we talk about detection limit, sir, basically it indicates the smallest solute concentration that basically give a analytical system which is able to distinguish with a reasonable reliability of the sample.
Okay, okay. You have discussed in your PPT enzyme-based biosensor, no?
Yes, sir.
Can you give any example of the enzyme used in the enzyme-based biosensor? Any example of
Yes.
it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can give. Sir, basically enzyme-based biosensors का example, sir, glucose, lactose, or
Glucose
glutamine.
that is not enzyme. Glucose oxidase is enzyme.
Oh, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Glucose oxidase, alcohol oxidase,
Okay,
also
okay.
lactate
Thank you.
oxidase.
Nandini, I have one question.
Yes.
Can we use any particular biosensor to analyze the freshness of packaged fruits and vegetables?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can use that. As I discussed in my PPT, sir, that toxin detection one.
No, not for toxin detection. It's for freshness purpose. Whether the fruit is fresh or it is too old or it is spoiled, like such kind of any biosensor is there.
Yes, sir. I read about that.
Okay, it means you not so aware about all such things right now. No?
Sir, I read about that, but right now I'm not getting it.
Okay, no issue,
Sorry for
Nandini.
this.
Any other question from other sides?
Okay, so Rishika, you are available. You can
Yes,
just share
ma'am.
your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Nandini, please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, so good morning, all of you. The topic for my presentation is sustainable utilization of lignocellulosic waste for biogenic synthesis of metal nanoparticles. So coming up to the introduction, lignocellulosic waste comprises of agriculture residues, wood, and paper waste, represent a plentiful biomass resource. However, its improper disposal poses significant environmental challenges. Accumulation of such waste leads to land and water pollution. It contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. It also contributes to depleting of valuable land resources. Addressing these concerns, sustainable waste management becomes imperative. Biogenic synthesis of metal nanoparticles offers a promising eco-friendly solution. This approach utilizes natural compounds within lignocellulosic waste like phytochemicals to reduce the stabilized metal ions producing nanoparticles. Unlike conventional methods, it avoids toxic chemicals and energy-intensive processes. This innovative technique not only transforms waste into valuable nanoparticles but also aligns with green chemistry principles. Lignocellulosic waste as a resource. So lignocellulosic waste encompasses a diverse range of organic materials rich in cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, making up the structural components of plants. Despite its potential, the improper disposal of lignocellulosic waste poses pressing challenge. Landfills are burdened, emitting methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Conversely, recognizing lignocellulosic waste as a renewable resource holds immense value. Through innovative process, it can be converted into biofuels, biochemicals, and biomaterials, reducing dependency on finite fossil resources. Lignocellulosic waste can also be utilized for bioenergy production in biorefineries, feedstock for nanoparticle synthesis, agriculture and horticulture applications, animal bedding and feedstocks, pulp and paper industry, construction material, carbon capture and soil improvement, pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries, and other value-added chemical preparation. Now coming up to the preparation of biogenic metal nanoparticles from lignocellulosic waste. So the preparation of this involves a straightforward yet eco-friendly process. Here is a simplified overview of the method, that is collection of and pre-processing. So gathering lignocellulosic waste such as agriculture residues or wood chips, clean and prepare the waste to remove impurities. And then the second method is extracting phytochemicals. The process involves the lignocellulosic waste to extract phytochemicals present in the biomass. These compounds act as reducing and stabilizing agents for metal nanoparticle synthesis. Metal ion solution preparation. So prepare a solution containing metal ions that will be reduced to form nanoparticles. Then there is a phytochemical metal ion reaction. It involves the mixing of the extracted phytochemicals with the metal ion solution. The phytochemicals acts as a reducing agent, converting metal ions into metal nanoparticles. Then there is nanoparticle formation. The reduction process leads to the formation of metal nanoparticles, and the phytochemicals also helps to stabilize the nanoparticles, preventing them from agglomerating. Then characterization is there. So the formed nanoparticles are characterized, and there are various characterization methods like TEM, XRD, and to confirm their shape, we do XRD. And there are applications of biogenic metal nanoparticles. So biogenic metal nanoparticles find versatile applications across industry. This serves as a catalyst in chemical reactions, enhancing efficiency in pharmaceuticals and petrochemicals. Medical imaging benefits from nanoparticles as contrast agents in MRI and CT scans, aiding precise tumor detection. And in drug delivery, nanoparticles target therapies while minimizing side effects. Iron oxide nanoparticles transport drugs to specific body sites. Another application of metal nanoparticles is water purification. Water purification leverages nanoparticles to remove heavy metals. Silver nanoparticles combat waterborne bacteria. Electronics benefit from conductive nanoparticles like silver and copper in circuit and sensors. Another application of metal nanoparticles is in food packaging, is to extend its shelf life. Here are the future trends. The future trends in biogenic metal nanoparticles synthesized from lignocellulosic waste encompass advanced characterization techniques, tailoring nanoparticles for specific applications, hybrid materials, scaling up for industrial production, exploring additional waste valorization avenues, intensified nanotoxicology research, evolving green nanotechnology regulations, interdisciplinary collaborations, remote sensing applications, and a heightened focus on education and outreach for sustainable practices. Thank you.
Rishika,
Yes, sir.
can you just tell me about the size of this metal-based nanoparticles? But the
Size of,
range only.
yes, sir.
exact.
Size of this nano-based nanoparticle is between 10 to 100 nanometer.
Metal-based nanoparticle, is that same with silver and other gold nanoparticle? Is that same now?
Yes, it is same, and it ranges from 10 to 100 nanometer.
And detection limit?
Detection limit is also same.
Any like pesticides from milk?
Sorry, sir.
There is any application of this silver nano-based nanoparticle in milk or not?
Yes, sir. There is pesticide detection also from this
Evidence.
nanoparticle, and
So there is any detection limit?
yes, sir. There is detection limit of 0.001 ppm for some pesticides.
Which pesticides? Is there any health issue related with using this type of metal-based nanoparticle in food systems?
Yes, sir. There are some health issues, like some of the metals can be carcinogenic in nature.
Which metal? No?
Sorry,
Which metal?
sir. Heavy metals.
Heavy metals. Okay. Okay, from my side.
Yes, so Vishal Sharma next. Vishal Sharma is available.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please share.
So, ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, please do full screen.
Okay. Good morning, all. I'm going to present my research finding for the topic comparative analysis for flaxseed gel versus egg substitution on the bakery products. So now in current bakery market, bread and cakes are having a remarkable position for in terms of economical and sustainability market, and the cake is the main segment for the bakery premix, and egg plays a vital role in the bakery sector, like for the textural properties and nutritional properties. But in the current segment of the consumer, there are certain restrictions to consume egg, basically for some health reason, like egg allergy, and there are some restrictions for the vegan consumers, basically. So the main goal of the study to assess the qualities of a baked cake using flaxseed gel as a replacer of egg. So, and the bakery business are currently working on egg replacer because of the amount of egg in the finished baked good is according with the concern mentioned, and flaxseed is more affordable and a sustainable option if compared with the egg, raw egg, basically in the market. The objective is to study flaxseed gel as an egg substitute for various composition and utilization as an egg replacer in cake by evaluating the functional and structural properties in different proportion in cake sample with respect to control sample, which is the existing market sample. Flaxseed is an Asian plant which is currently employed in both manufacturing and food production, and it is a very good source of protein content, roughly 8%, where egg have roughly 8 to 10% of it, so which making is a comparative replacer. And due to high protein content, and it have very good binding capacity, which is again like making it suitable as plant-based substitute, egg substitute basically. And flaxseed have a good source of polyunsaturated fatty acids, especially omega-3 and omega-6. We used flaxseed gel, and this is the method of preparation of flaxseed gel, like 25%, 1:3 ratio with flaxseed and water, and boiling for 40 minutes, and concentration achieved by 1/3 of the total volume. Then filtration, and this gel is stored first cooled on room temperature and then stored under refrigeration conditions. These are the parameter of the flaxseed gel, basically: moisture, as protein, carbohydrate, cholesterol, dietary fiber, phosphorus, and omega-3 fatty acid. This is the replacement recipes, basically. First, this control resembles to the existing product without flaxseed gel, and FSG 20, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100 are the basically proportion of the flaxseed replacement with fresh tag. Below better properties have been checked, like viscosity, better density, and pH. These are the findings. In better density, there is no significant changes, and same as in better pH. Viscosity, there is a significant change in the better if compared with the control sample. These are some baked cake pictures with the control and flaxseed gel replacement. We have not considered replacement level above 60% because we observed after baking, the cake structure is not as good as control, or like it was, we feel it is busting. Cake texture is not proper. These are the quality characteristics of the cake, which we monitor: proximate analysis, nutritional parameter, physical characteristics, sensory evaluation, which I explained in further slides. So these are the findings. Basically, in moisture, there is slight change observed with increment in flaxseed proportion. In fat, there is a slight increment. Protein, there is a slight significant change. In carbohydrate, also there is a reduction. There is sodium content is reduced, which is another target actually to reduce the sodium content. And there is a decrease in cholesterol also. These are the physical properties of the cake. Sponge volume is there was no significant change up to 60% level. Height and pH also there is no significant change. There is no significant change observed in hardness up to level 60% replacement. These are the sensory attribute. There is a slight difference between appearance and like overall acceptability because of the taste habit of the consumer with the egg. Conclusion, as a conclusion, like we observed that up to 40 and 50% flaxseed gel is a good source, can be considered as egg replacement, and it has positively affect the functional and physical properties of the cake. And flaxseed gel can be used as replacement up to 50% level maximum, because after that there are negative impact on textural properties above 50% level. And there was no specific impact on hardness of the cake, but there is a change, slight difference in mouthfeel, basically. And still further research is recommended on the impact of flaxseed gel on the rheological property of the batter and cake microstructure. And the finding shows that the FSG can be a good egg replacer up to a certain level, like 50%, and valuable functional ingredients. Thank you.
Vishal, why
Yes,
you're replacing egg with flaxseed?
Sir, actually, I'm working in GCC, and during COVID, we got this idea, like during COVID, we have a huge disruption in egg supply, basically. And since then, we are trying to get some like sustainable replacement of egg or raw egg, basically, because in this market, egg is used in raw stage, raw form, basically.
Only this region you are replacing?
No. So this can be utilized in every region because the sustainability issue is worldwide issue now.
So we can replace 50% only.
Up to 50% we can replace, sir. But as I mentioned, there are still some study need to be.
But about the vegetarian and non-vegetarian grounds? Because we are replacing 50% now.
Yes, sir.
If some people they are not taking cakes or breads, that they're having eggs, and you are replacing 50%. So the problem is still remains.
Sir, first motive was to find a sustainable solution, and as I mentioned, rest 50% also can be changed, because this flaxseed gel, like this was the first kind of experiment. Like we used gel normally.
So what is the process to prepare the gel, flaxseed gel?
Sir, this is in-housely prepared, like boiling with water in 1/3 ratio, like 3 multiple water level, and boiling and reduce the concentration. So if we optimize the process of gel, then I'm sure that
how you ensure that your gel is prepared? Any quality parameter?
Sir, for this, I targeted the viscosity, like I compared with the beaten egg and the gel viscosity.
Okay, Vishal. It's okay for my side.
Yeah, next, Nayanika. Are you available?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Not now.
Not yet. Okay, ma'am. Can I get at least 5 minutes to grant permissions?
Yeah, so you can go. You can just give your presentation after another participant.
Okay, will do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Vyoma Agarwal has also joined us as session chair. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So I would like to introduce ma'am to the participant. Dr. Vyoma is currently working as Senior Assistant Professor at IIS University, Jaipur. She holds PhD degree in Food Science and Nutrition and also won gold medal for the PhD coursework and also qualified UGC NET. Madam is also associated with the IGNOU as counselor for certificate diploma and master's program. Madam has delivered many guest lectures as a resource person. Madam has also published many research articles, written book also, and many other articles. And not only this, she is also actively involved in societal work, particularly for the women development, and her work is well recognized. She has won many awards such as Nari Shakti Saman, Best PhD Thesis Award, and many more. So with this, I welcome again Madam to chair the session.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity and the wonderful introduction. All the best to all the participants.
Yeah, so next candidate, Nainika is taking time. So Sonia,
Ma'am,
please be ready.
ma'am, I'm
Yeah.
ready with the
Okay,
presentation.
okay, fine. So please share your PPT.
Okay. Ma'am, is it visible?
Not now. Nainika, please click on the share screen. It is arrow.
Yes,
And
ma'am,
then
I did. It is asking me to grant privacy permissions, and I have, but I still can't seem to. Okay.
yeah, please 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Nainika, are you able to share?
Nainika, is there any issue? Asking something?
Okay, so Sonia, you can just share. We can take Nainika later.
Ma'am, it should be visible
Yes,
now.
yes, it is available.
Okay, okay.
Do full screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, so good morning to all. I am Nainika Kamath and I'll be presenting my work on formulation of nutrient-enriched ragi cookies fortified with moringa leaf powder. This was performed at Ambit University, Rajasthan under the guidance of Dr. Arun Kumar Pandey sir. So the abstract is a basic outline of my work and how I supplemented some of the moringa leaf powder in the basic flour, that is a little bit of refined wheat flour as we commonly know as maida, and finger millet and some moringa leaf powder in various concentrations, and later on the tests I performed on it and its results. So I chose cookies because baked goods serve as a good source of fortification, since they are very popular among people of all age groups and they contribute to 23% of the total global functional food market. And so that was my reason for choosing cookies as my product. I chose moringa because moringa is a very, very nutritious plant. It is known as the miracle plant or the tree of life. It is given to infants and nursing mothers to combat malnourishment. A lot of projects and
and yeah, projects have been conducted in African countries with Moringa oleifera to fight malnourishment. This is the basic comparison of fresh moringa leaves and dried moringa leaf powder, its nutrient content, and it is compared to the foods that are generally related to these vitamins and minerals. Moringa is known to have many therapeutic properties. Some of them are its antioxidant potential, anti-inflammatory activity, and anti-diabetic. Anti-diabetic was one of my key highlighted points. Like, I really wanted to target this particular property. Then I chose ragi because it being a very native millet of India, and 2023 being the millet year, I really wanted to work on some millet. And ragi is known for its very high concentration of calcium, and it really added on to the color of the cookies and its texture, and of course its nutrient properties as well. These are some of the nutrients found in ragi, their content in per 100 grams, and their related health benefits. These are some of the health benefits of ragi. Then I also used coconut palm sugar as a refined sugar alternative, because almost everyone these days is switching to healthier alternatives, and coconut palm sugar was something that has already been worked on, and it also empowers the local traders of South India who are dealing with the coconut palm sugar. And coconut palm sugar has been used in a lot of other products such as chocolate bars and other confectionery products, some certain beverages, syrups, etc. It is it has a much higher nutrient content of that rather than refined wheat sugar, and is also known to have a lower glycemic index. So these were the materials I used for my work. That is refined wheat flour, finger millet flour, moringa leaf powder, coconut sugar, normal butter, little bit of milk, and baking soda, baking powder. This was the preparation of various flour blends. In this, as you can see, the concentration of refined wheat flour and ragi flour vary. So my control was completely made out of refined wheat flour. That is no millet or moringa leaf powder substitution. The tea knot batch was of only, it was to optimize the maida and ragi concentrations. And so here I haven't added moringa leaf powder. And after that, once that was decided, I used different concentrations of moringa leaf powder in T1 as 2%, T2 as 4%, T3 6%, and T4 8%. These were the various recipes used. So as you can see, the butter, sweetener, milk concentration varies a little bit, but other than the flours, nothing else, like its concentration didn't change much. This was the basic flowchart I followed. These were the resultant cookies. Now coming to the analysis, the first was sensory analysis. It was performed using a few trained and untrained faculty members, as well as students of Amity Institute of Biotechnology, as well as Amity School of Hospitality. And based on this, it was found out that the samples, that is the control sample, was known to have the highest overall acceptability. After that, T0B, that is with the 40% of maida and 60% ragi flour, sorry. And finally, the one supplemented with the 4% MLP, that is T2, was chosen for further analysis. So in the textural analysis, it was found out that the hardness of the cookies supplemented with moringa leaf powder was found to be the most, as in the penetration force was the most in this sample. And this is also in reference to other works performed on moringa leaf powder. In the moisture analysis, we can see that the moisture decreased a little bit in the one supplemented with ragi flour, since it has low protein and protein is known to hold water. Then in T2, that is our final moringa powder sample, the moisture increased due to the water holding capacity of moringa leaf powder. In the ash, the highest ash was found in the sample supplemented with 60% ragi flour, since ragi is very high in mineral content. Therefore, the results. The fat analysis in the final cookie sample, T0, that is supplemented with 4% moringa, it was found to be 17.2%. This was much less than the conventional fat percent found in, the fat percent found in conventional cookies, that is 25%. Based on the protein estimation, highest protein was found in the cookie supplemented with 4% MLP due to the high protein content of moringa leaf powder. Carbohydrate estimation was 70%. We're coming back to the main test now, that is the antioxidant activity. The antioxidant activity was done by using DPPH assay. And the inhibition, that is the IC50 value of our sample, was found to be 12.54 ppm. That is when the sample concentration was 12.54 ppm, 50% of 5 millimolar DPPH activity was inhibited. The total phenols was found to be 14.71 ppm, equivalent of gallic acid. We used gallic acid as a standard polyphenol, and Vollen-Kiokaltu method was used for it. In case of total flavonoids, we used quercetin as a standard flavonoid, and the value was found to be 24.5 ppm of equivalent.
Your time is over.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm almost done. This was the last test. After this, so to conclude, I used moringa leaf powder because of its different nutritional uses. Same goes with ragi. And supplementation with MLP enhanced a powerful antioxidant activity on account of high amount of total polyphenol and total flavonoid content. Furthermore, the added plant material significantly influenced the color and textural properties. It should be noted that the functional attributes of the millet cookies were boosted owing to the high content bioactive compounds assimilated through MLP addition. Nevertheless, in vivo studies are needed to validate the bioavailability of these bioactive compounds and also substantiate the claimed health benefits of these substances. Thank you.
Nainika,
Yes, sir.
how much moringa powder we can use in the biscuits, or you can say the cookies?
I used it up till 8 grams of total flour that we're using. Sorry, 8%.
If you are increasing the moringa powder, what is the effect on their quality or their taste?
So actually, if we increase the moringa, the nutritional value will increase, but the sensory and the textural analysis will be very poor. As in moringa has a distinct green color, so it transfers that to the cookies, as well as its leafy essence. So it is not very desirable in like sweet baked products such as cookies.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Nainika, I have a question. You talked about choosing cookies and moringa for being anti-diabetic. So
yes,
why are we emphasizing on this point? Because in any case, we never recommend cookies for a diabetic patient. So,
Yes, we do that, but a person who basically gets diabetes, like if it's not hereditary, like people tend to get diabetes because they like sweet things and because they consume a lot of sweet things. So we can ask them not to go for them, but at times people are still coming up with anti-diabetic alternatives for these sweetened products, because sometimes it's a little difficult to control. And so that is why I thought that if we give them a healthier alternative of using ingredients that have a low glycemic index, such as ragi flour, then coconut sugar, and moringa itself is known to have anti-diabetic effect. So we can give these consumers what they like, and also that won't harm them.
Okay, anything about the anti-nutritional factors present in moringa leaf powder?
No, ma'am, I'm unaware of the anti-nutritional factors present in moringa.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, next candidate, Sana Ismail. Please share your PPT.
Hello. Hear me? Hear me?
Yes, please start. Yes, Sana Ismail, we are.
I'm with you. I'm with you, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's able to be appear my presentation.
Yes, yes, you can start, please.
Okay, I'm Sana Ismail from Iraq. I'm belong to Jamia Hamdard, the PhD student scholar in pharmaceutical biotechnology, belong to pharmacy department. I'm starting with my part of PhD work. I'm talking about, I'm working on the vitamin K, minoquinone 7, as a nano-emulsion fabrication and pharmacokinetic study. I'm just taking a general property, physical property about vitamin K. Vitamin K is a golden yellow oil. Sometimes it's coming as a powder. It's sensitive to the light and UV light, and it's not soluble in water, but soluble with the organic solvent as a chloroform or hexane, diethyl ether, and acetone, and a little bit of the ethanol. Highly resistant to heat and mildly to the acidic and alkalines. The benefit of the minoquinone 7 is as a vitamin K is very benefit for the bone health as regulating calcium metabolism, cardiovascular health, and the blood clotting regulatory, anti-inflammatory effect, and for diabetic, also for the brain health and the skin health, and also for cancer prevention. I'm starting with the isolation of we are working on the Bacillus subtilis. This is as a native for producing the minoquinone by fermentation of soybeans as a nation Delsh in Japan. I'm isolated with different agars, nutrient agar and high chrome agar, starch agars, and also I identified the starch utilizing this bacteria by iodine solution. And we are doing the second step, fermentation, solid state fermentation. I'm using many fermentation media as broth and also as the main fermentation media. The best one was in front of us, including soybean yeast extracts and NaCl and dextrose, and the other one, the fermentation media is with the glycerol and all the component. After the fermentation is extracted by hexane, and 2-propanol alcohol. We gain the oil detected by the UV spectroscopy, detected at the lambda 282, 279, 265, and on. Second, I went to another fermentation, liquid state fermentation, prepared seed broth media and fermentation media and different types of to reach at the end for the best. The seed broth include dextrose, soy, peptone, and NaCl and yeast extract. And the fermentation media, we use the soy, peptone, yeast, the multistrain, and potassium hydrophosphate, and NaCl and distal waters. And as we will see, the fermentation extracted by N-hexane 1 part and 2 part of 2-propanol. We extract the oil from this and mixed with the maltodextrin as a powder, inert powders. And at the PHPLC concentration detected quantitatively 333.20 milligram per 100 milligram. Second, fabrication of nano-emulsion. Nano-emulsion is very important for improving the solubility, enhance the stability, targeting the delivery, and reducing the dosage, toxic dosage, and sustained release of drugs. Starting with the selecting the different types of cold press oil, as rice bran, MCT, sunflower, coconut oil, olive oil, and almond oils. Starting with, I choosing some available surfactant and co-surfactant, plus alaprizols, pan 80 and 20, twin 20 and 80, cremophor, colifor, and as a co-surfactant, polyethylene glycol and polyethylene propylene glycol. I'm studying about the HLB of each component of this, including the nano-emulsion. This is very perfect for using. Starting with the chorus emulsion with all this component and just test the stability of the nano-emulsion and also the particle size of nano-emulsions at the ends. After that, I'm going to developing the nano-emulsion by submitted some parameters I used for the construction phase diagram, detected for 1-to-1 partition, 1-to-2 partition, and 1-to-3 partition as SMICS. SMICS is the combination between the surfactant and co-surfactant, and also optimizing with the with Behagen tools and Behagen tools. Also, just the parameters I'm using, the homogenizing time, because I'm using with the nano-emulsion ultrasonication, the homogenizing time and oil quantity and the mixed quantity to get the size, globule size, and polydispersity and zeta potentials. This is the parameters of Hagen's box. In general, my nano-emulsion fabrication, it's just the oils coming from the standard and mixed with the mix with the oils and vortexing very well, then subjected to the ultrasonication for a little seconds, for 50 seconds mostly, under 50 to 100 kilohertz. No, not that much, for 50 seconds only. And the nano-emulsion at the end is subjected to the screening physiochemical properties, screening of different things like screening the FTIR, Fourier transforms in infrared, for the zeta potential, for the screening electron microscopy, scanning electron microscopy, and screening of particle size, color dispersity, and the zeta potential. Also for X-ray diffractions and HPLC concentration, quantity, concentration, freezing, and count pH, and time also, timing out.
Yes, Sana, you have last minute. Please bind up.
Yeah, at the end, subjected the nano-emulsion in vitro and in vivo, and got the result in between them. It's like this. In different concentration with the 7th group, each group five animals. Thank you.
Yeah, Hari sir, please ask question. And Vyoma ma'am, any question?
Very nice presentation and very nice work, Sana. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you very much. Ma'am.
Ma'am, do you have any question to Sana?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, Sana, please unshare your screen. Then next participant can continue.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Next participant, Suresh Kumar, is available. Suresh Kumar is available. Okay, if Suresh is not available, so Simi Gupta. Simi Gupta is available.
Ma'am, I am available.
Yeah, please share your screen and start.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, please, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation topic is quality changes during the storage of ready-to-cook dehydrated pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix prepared using the medicinal plants Terminalia arjuna and Glycyrrhiza glabra powder. This research work has been carried out under the supervisor, Dr. Jyoti Prabha Bishnoi, and my co-author is Dr. Rajat Singh. Let us start the introduction. What is pumpkin? Pumpkin, which is basically belongs to Cucurbitaceae family, and most common species which are Cucurbita, pepo, moschata, and maxima. We use pumpkin because we choose pumpkin because it is a high production rate and less processing. In terms, it is underrated. It is underrated vegetable crop in terms of processing. Pumpkin is an excellent source of vitamin A. According to WHO, 250 million preschool children which are vitamin A deficient, and it is according to the RDA, vitamin A of pumpkin, which is 1000 IU per day. part of pumpkin is pumpkin pulp, and pumpkin pulp which can be converted into semi-processed product like pumpkin pulp and shreds. So we use the pumpkin shreds as a powder to develop the pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix. In addition to this, the nutritional value this product can be enhanced by the addition of medicinal powder such as Terminalia arjuna and Glycyrrhiza glabra. Terminalia arjuna, which is commonly known as arjuna, and it is the most important part of arjuna is bark, which is an excellent source of phenols, triterpenoid, saponin, flavonoid, etc. It also possesses the antimicrobial property, anti-tumor property, antioxidant property, and it is also known as best cardiotonic. Next medicinal plant is Glycyrrhiza glabra, which is commonly known as muletti. It is it contains glycyrrhizin, amino acids, steroids, saponin, and flavonoid. And the root constitutes the 10 to 25% licorice, which considered as primary ingredients. Muletti also also known to possess the antimicrobial, anti-diabetic, and antioxidant properties. Our first objective is to develop the value-added vegetable dry soup mix from the pumpkin, and second is to evaluate the quality and shelf life of processed product during the storage. First, we procured the pumpkin from the local market of Amity University, and second, Arjuna stem bark and muletti roots, which were procured from the medicinal, aromatic, and underutilized plant section of HAU Hisar. First, the pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix, the recipe was standardized, and then the different formulation like Arjuna and muletti powder was added, 0 to 4.4 and 6%. And then we finalized the 2% was found to be most acceptable on the basis of sensory formulation. This is the recipe of vegetable dry soup mix, in which pumpkin powder was taken and other ingredients were mixed like tomato powder, onion powder, ginger powder, garlic powder, and etc. In addition to this, Arjuna and muletti 2% was added, and it was packed in tri-laminated pouches and stored at ambient room temperature. Main purpose was to evaluate the quality and shelf life of the pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix. So we see the effect of moisture. Moisture was increased during the storage period, and maximum was found in control sample, which was without any medicinal plant, and minimum was found in pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix containing Arjuna. Second was to study the effect of storage period on water activities. Also found that the water activity was increased, and maximum was found in control sample, and minimum was found in Arjuna sample. Third was to study the effect of storage period on TSS, and it was found that the TSS was increasing during the storage period, total soluble solids, and it was maximum found in the pumpkin vegetables dry soup mix containing the muletti. Third was the TA to see the effect on titratable acidity, and it was also increased with the time, and it was found maximum in pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix containing the muletti. Third was to see the effect of beta carotene, and it was found to be decreased with the increation in time, and the fall rate was 6.9 in the sample containing the muletti, and whereas 10.3% was in the sample without any medicinal plants. Third is next is to see the effect of storage period on the phenols. Phenols was also found to be decreased with the increase in storage period, and it was 54.3% degradation in decrease rate in control sample, and 47.8% in Arjuna sample, pumpkin vegetables dry soup mix containing the Arjuna. Next is the enzymatic browning and non-enzymatic browning. Non-enzymatic browning was found to be increased with the increase in time, and maximum was found in pumpkin vegetable dry soup mix containing the Arjuna, which was 0.42%. And next was to effect to see the effect on antioxidant activity, which was found to be decreased, and it was maximum decrease rate was maximum found in the control sample and minimum in sample which was mullety. And next is the total plate count, which is under the control, but on the 0 day it was minimum, and maximum was found in control sample having the 1.23 and minimum in a sample containing the Arjuna 0.94. According to the sensory analysis, it was found that all the samples were acceptable, but the maximum preference which was which is given to the control sample and sample containing the Arjuna, which is 7.9 if we compare it with the mullety. These are the samples on the 0 day, and these are the samples after 6 months. So conclusion is Arjuna powder and mullety powder, which can be added in 2%, which was found to be most acceptable formulation, as well as Arjuna, the samples which contain Arjuna and mullety found to be retain the maximum nutritive value as well as maximum shelf life, but in control vegetables dry soup mix was found to be most acceptable on the basis of organoleptic quality. These soups are very nutritious for all the age group and beneficial for all age group. It is very cost effective, and shelf life of this product has been increased. Thank you.
Yeah, Vyoma ma'am, is there any question?
Yes, yes, I just wanted to ask that what special care did you take for reconstitution of the soup mix? Because that comes as a problem when we try to prepare dry soup mixes.
Actually, we kept in oven to avoid it from to get the moisture.
No, I'm not asking about moisture. My point is that when you reconstitute, so how does it give the perfect consistency?
Perfect consistency. Actually, ma'am, I have not faced that problem. I just added the water, boiling water into it, and with the interval of like powder and water, not mixed at one time. I added the powder and added the water.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please stop sharing. Next candidate is Dr. Ashok Kumar Yadav. Yeah, please share your PPT.
Is my PPT visible to all?
No, no. Yes, yes, fine. Full screen, please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, yes,
May I
yes.
start?
Fine. Yes, fine. You can start.
Okay. Okay. My greetings to the chair and co-chair of the session. I am privileged enough to get a chance to present of my PhD work at MIT University and some of my good friends working there. By whom I have got a chance, the opportunity to be part of my work. My part of work is somewhat different from the presentation that was in the previous slide. That the scholar was trying to work with the Arjuna and mullety. More scholar I have seen that she had worked on moringa leaf. They used the direct action of that model in the what I feel the problem that arises, the aftertaste or the bitter flavor that is already present in these plant parts. So I have used same that is ashwagandha, and I have tried to extract the main functional component, what is desirable, what we are going to study, what are the basic bioactive components. I have tried to extract those bioactive components and then try to incorporate in some product to make it functional. So first of all, I have taken the ashwagandha. It is basic introduction about ashwagandha. It belongs to the family of Solanaceae. Withenia somnifera is a name. We generally call it ashwagandha, and it has a lot of medicinal properties. It has a lot of medicinal properties. It is used in curing a lot of diseases, ancient time in our country, and it is already mentioned in the Vedas and Vedas also. The main basic flavonoid compound, there are many flavonoids and electrolytes compounds, names are there. Our focus is on the antioxidant that is already present in this plant, and I have selected the root of this plant as in our review of literature. I have found that the root contains maximum functional components. These are the basic compounds that were already present, already studied in the Withenia somnifera, and I will focus on the last three compounds which are very which contains a lot of by these compounds there are a lot of diseases which can be cured. These are the general properties which are already studied. The ashwagandha has to be found to be anti-cancerous. They are found to fight against the lung cancer, skin cancer. It has the property of mind boosting, rejuvenating, and anti-aging also because it has antioxidant properties. And the last one that I have highlighted, that ashwagandha has immunomodulation properties, which I have focused during my whole research work, and which already have been proved in These are the medicinal properties. It finds stress, adaptogenic, it is antidiuretic also, sedative, it stops the exhalation, it has a generic spiral, anti-inflammatory properties there. It is proved to be have a nervine tonic. These the persons which are suffering from the insomnia, it has the ashwagandha extract or ashwagandha root directly has been found very fruitful. It is a good hypnotic of alcoholism also means in the persons which are means addict of alcohol, this can be used to reduce their consumption of the alcohol. This stimulates the thyroid activity, and it has anti-peroxidation that has been proved in the liver. We have selected 4 solvents for the extraction of some bioactive components from the Withenia. I have selected water, ethanol, methanol, and acetone. And later on, study the comparative study that which solvent is going to be more fruitful and more beneficial. So for the optimization purpose, I have chosen some basic antioxidant tests, PPH, and total phenolic. Other than this, some other methods are also been estimated, but our focus on these three because most of the bioactive components, like with a very flavonoid, that could be estimated by these methods. When we have compared the yield of the extract, we have found that the ethanol extract and all those acetone, ethanol, and methanol, we have used food grade of solvents so that we can put those extracts in the information of this food grade. Ethanol has shown to be more yield giving solvent medium. It gives me about 0.285 gram per gram of the root that we have selected. In the same way, we have when we go for the total phenolic components in terms of tannic acid, so we have found that ethanol gives comparative to other the solvents, ethanol gives the maximum total phenolic component that is 50 milligram and 10 gram sample. When we go for radicals, it quenches the free radicals, and we have seen that the ethanolic extract has the more ABS inhibition activity when it is compared with the other this other one. And ashwagandha, when we go for the ABS inhibition, we have seen that it is ethanol and ethanol. Somewhere it is comparatively to the acetone, that acetone have a higher concentration
as compared to ethanol. But we have chosen ethanol because it is other properties are more favorable in case of those ethanol extract as compared to methanol. And methanol ultimately, when methanol extract will be used in some food product, it is going to have some adverse effect in the body. So we have ethanol extract. The ethanol extract from all the study, it has been proven that the ethanol extract of Ithania somnifera by various other is to be going to be have a best result. Which the extract of this ethanol could be used for further incorporation in any product for the development of functional product, and it is compared with this PPTH activity, radical activity. And other than that, further we had used the extract of Ithania somnifera with some standards antioxidant that were well known, like BHA, BHT. We have compared the this ethanolic extract of Ithania somnifera with BPHA, aspartic acid, related hydroxyzolvine. We have seen that it has the highest antioxidant it has highest antioxidant activity when with related to the BPH radical scavenging activity. It has highest standard antioxidant. In the same way, if you talk about the metal ion chelating activity, it is more or less comparable with those standards antioxidant activity antioxidants. And ethanol extract of Ithania somnifera has the highest PPTH hydrogen peroxide scavenging activity. Also, it is near up to 91%. BHA has 20%, and BHT has 53% of this hydrogen peroxide activity. So we can say that the ethanol extract of Ithania somnifera has also a good percentage of hydrogen peroxide scavenging activity. Then our extract has superoxide radical scavenging activity is also near about 67%. So it is also more compatible to these standard antioxidants. So we have used this Ithania somnifera, which metal ion chelating activity is superoxide dismutase activity is very activity. So ultimately, finally, we have selected this ethanol extract of Ithania somnifera for further incorporation of our daily product, which I have later developed as a functional product and in vitro study for the immune system enhancement. So my suggestion is that instead direct adding any medicinal powder or medicinal group, we must go for the extraction of those functional components which we have to study. We can go for the literature. What are the bioactive components that are important? We can extract by several techniques, and then the extract could be used in the food product by proper optimization. But this is my suggestion. These are the references from which I have taken the help for this my work. And thank you for your side. If anybody have any questions are welcome. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Ma'am, any question? Yeah, nice presentation. I think there's no question. So we can continue with another participant. You can just stop sharing.
Thanks. Some friends of mine, Dr. Arun Pandey is there, Dr. Abdul is working there. In contracts, I came to know about this next conference. My special thanks to those two persons also.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, next candidate is Shweta Agrawal. Shweta Agrawal is here. Suresh Kumar Chauhan. Okay, no other candidate. Any candidate is remaining for PPT? I think there's no more candidate. If any candidate is available, please unmute yourself and start your PPT. Okay, I think there's no candidate. Dr. Vyoma Agrawal ma'am, thanks for chairing this session. And Dr. Harish, thanks for joining this session before Vyoma ma'am. So Vyoma ma'am and Harish sir, I'm really thankful for giving us the time, and now we can just stop our session, and after this we will start our next session at 2 o'clock. So all participants, please join before 10 minutes. Then keynote speaker is Professor Ashish Verma. He will talk about the electronic sensors. So you can just ask the question on the sensor, different kinds of sensors. Basically, he is able to talk. So maximum students are working on the gas sensor and also wire sensor. So that session will be very beneficial for you all. Okay, thank you so much. So we are just stopping our session for lunch. After lunch, we are meeting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, participant, we are starting within 5 minutes. Our keynote speaker, Professor Ashish Verma, is joining in couple of minutes. Good afternoon, sir. Verma, sir, are you available here? Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. My
Most
voice is
welcome,
clear?
sir. Yes, most welcome, sir.
Thank
In
you.
our conference and accepting our invitation as a keynote speaker. So we are starting our session. Yeah, so participant, our keynote speaker, Professor Ashish Verma, sir, is the HOD Department of Physics from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Central University, Sagar. He is also the Dean of School of Mathematical and Physical Sciences. He has completed his PhD in 1991 in physics from Department of Physics and Electronics from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, University, Sagar. He has 30 years of teaching experience and 24 years of research experience. His teaching and research area are to design and fabrication of VLSI, analysis and design of digital and analog circuits, research on embedded systems. He has completed research projects of UGC and MPCST Bhopal on title design and development of black box for railway engine and design and development of an embedded system for controlling robotics for sewer inspection, respectively. He has guided 18 PhDs and delivered several lectures on national and international platform. He has published more than 91 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and in national and international conferences, 14 books and 3 book chapters, 28 conference proceedings. He has received many awards like Asian Excellence Award, Bharat Ratna Dr. Radhakrishnan Gold Medal Award, Research Excellence Award 2022, certificate awarded for valuable contribution in the society on Vividta Mein Ekta Bharat Ki Mahanta, Human Rights Icon Awards, scholarship from BPR and R&D. And he has also become the member of several committees like Chief Security Officer, EC member, Joint Proctor of University, member of BOS in Physics and Electronics and also in Computer Science and Applications, member University Sports Committee, Chairman Sports UTD Sagar, and also Joint Secretary District Badminton Association Sagar, life member of Madhya Bharati Journal, Indian Science and Congress, Spectroscopic Society of India, Indian Society of Technical Education, and also member of Indian Journal of Current Science, and also the Fellowship of Society of Sciences. So our keynote speaker is ready to share his thought and also enlighten us in this session. So over to you, sir.
Me permission to share my screen?
Yes, please, sir.
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepshikha, for my introduction. And for me, but once again, thank you very much. And from the Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, the Central University of Madhya Pradesh, I welcome all the participants who are connected with this. And today I bring one of the topic with the electronic sensors and technology. And before I want to start to say something about this, because without a sensor, nothing is possible nowadays. And it is very important to see that the smart sensor computing capabilities, which is one of the strong subject nowadays, because nowadays the pupils are working with the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and also working with the big data analysis. So these are the things which are very important. And as we know that the sensors who sense and convert in any form of physical changes into electrical signals, and this is going to be very important. And I just start with wordings of DOIT's consultants in their perspectives article, that is a smart sensor and supply chain innovation. And here the most important thing is we have to work on the micro electromechanical system technology, which enables compact and higher functioning smart sensors by effective incorporating microelectronics functions in minimal space. And one thing, it is going to be very important when we talk about the smart sensor technology and the development of new technology that has brought the whole world into the era of the Internet of Things. The new era has more advancement in the area of intelligence design, and then the information age and smart sensors, they are going to play a very important role in that. And here it is very important, those who are just starting research on these sensors, it is very important to know about the device. And as I told you that a sensor refers to a device that can sense an specified measurement parameters and convert into the usable output. And that is one of the most important thing a smart sensors can do. I will also see the, if we talk about the block diagrams of this block smart sensors, you see that some of the things, they are very important. And they are, one is, you look at this, this is a kind of sensors unit, sensing unit over here. And after that, the signal conditions, they are the basic requirements of the signal. Because sometimes when anything which is sensed by the sensing unit, there may be some loss due to some regions. And at that point, it is very important to condition our signals. And then if your signal is in the analog form, then you must have this analog to digital converter over there to convert into the digital form. And then you have the application algorithms, what you want to do with these signals. And there are two things which are very important. One is the local user interface, who is going to use this one. And also at the same time, a memory is also attached, because whatever the signal conversion you see, it should be stored in the memory. And also I would like to say that there is a communication is one of the most important tasks, is whether you see in the Internet of Things, whether you see in the artificial intelligence, or whether you see in the big data analysis, because you must have equipped with the transceivers unit. And nowadays these are available very easily in the market. And here you will not only transmit your signal, but at the same time, you will receive the signal at your end also. And I think those who are working with the Internet of Things, they are well known of all these things. There are so many things which is very important. And there are a few people, I think Dr. Deepshika is working on the sensors, and he is fabricating those sensors for some use. But here I want to told you that there is no need to if you have a good knowledge of the material, then you will go. But nowadays it is very important. Then you directly come to the ready-made sensors, because application part is going to be very important in that. And that application part is going to be very important, because you need an answer out of the sensing things. And I think most of things on your left-hand side, you are watching these are the level sensors which are very important to measure and maintain the liquid levels. So what I mean to say by this talk, that you need not worry about the making or the fabrications of the sensors, because most of the sensor, if you think in the artificial intelligence, here, if I would say what is the artificial intelligence? It means that your thoughts will convert into a mechanical system. So if you are having a thought that I can do this, then all kinds of sensors, they are available in the market. And label sensors play a very important role, whether you want to measure the flow of the liquids which are moving from one end to the another, because there should be a restrictions of the velocity of the liquid. It is going to be very important. And so liquid sensors, they are available, and they converts all these the labels into the electrical signals. And it may be a two-way if you think about the level sensors. One is the point level sensors, you can use it, and continuous level sensor. Well, there is a particular point. Suppose if we talk about the water which is pouring into a tank, so you have maintained 2, 3, 4 levels of points. So these sensors will indicate you according to the capacity of this tank. But sometimes you need a continuous monitoring of the liquid flow. So you can also, you have the sensors like that who can work with the to see and monitoring the flow of the level. I would also want to add something with this, that some hot liquid is flowing. So not only you can monitoring the flow of the liquid, but at the same time, you have to also measure the temperature of that one. So temperature sensors are over there, and they are used to measure the temperature, like liquid temperature, like air temperatures, solid matters temperatures. And these sensors are available in different type. And I would say that RTDs, they are play a very important role, and negative temperature coefficient thermistors, they are play a very important role. And you see that some thermocouples like aluminum chromal, they are playing a very important role. They sense the heat and convert into the electrical forms like that. So these are the things which are going to a very sound applications like medical devices, or in the computers, or in the automobiles. Even if you are working on your laptop, there is a monitoring system which tell you about the temperature of the processor. So this is going to be very important. So you can see these things. There is some order sensors which sense the different type of smells or the fragrance, I would say. So these are the things which are going to be very important. I just want to tell you that nowadays we are working that how much time is taken by a fruit to degrade in the refrigerators. So we have equipped with the many of the sensors. We have used different type of fruits inside the fridge and put all the smell sensors over there and find out that the degradation points of whether it is banana, whether it is orange, whether it is pineapple, whether it is apple, like that. And we want to say at this point that even in the refrigerator, there is a point of degradation of the whether it is vegetables or the fruits, like that. There are so many sensors which are related to the pressure sensors. You apply pressure on that, and those convert into the according to the applications, like that. So basically, if we talk about the pressure sensor, they are kind of transducers that changes the mechanical pressure input into the electrical output signals. And these are different types of pressure sensors which are depend upon the capacity, size, and the sensing sensing technology. So you see that even if you see the kirana wala shops, they are using a electronic weighing machine, and what they are doing is they measure the weight of the product and show in the digital form. And that is why these are very important. So not only from the weighing machine of the kirana wala, now the pressure sensors, they are available to measure the weight of the trucks, unloaded trucks and the loaded trucks also. And this is why these sensors play a very important role to monitoring not only these big things, but also monitoring the pipelines and given an alert observees if there are any leakages. So these pressures, because suppose water is flowing through a pipeline, so it is moving with a constant pressure. But suppose somewhere it is leakage, then the pressure of the water is going down. And now this is the role of the sensors. We sense the difference in the pressures of the liquid flow and suddenly inform you that there is something leakage going around this. Apart from that, in this figure, you will see that basically these are the pressure sensors, I would say. These are the thermistors you see. These are the smell sensors you see. And this is the kind of infrared sensors which are available in the market very easily. And basically, this is a kind of electronic device used to emit light to detect some object in the surroundings. So this is a very unique thing which is very important to see the objects, and that is going to be very important in that. And it is also you will see some of the Discovery channels. There are thermal sensing cameras also. So even those sensing element, they sense the heat around and converts them into the objects like that. So these are the thermal radiations within the IR spectrum. So in whatever is the possibility in between the infrareds, it's going to be sensed. And there are some of the proximity sensors also. I would say this is one of that. This is the proximity sensor, and which is used to notice the existence of the objects in the surrounding area without contacting them. So this is also one of the most important thing. You may think that why I'm talking about these so many sensors which are already available in the market. Nowadays, it is very important to make your own vision as far as the artificial intelligence is concerned. And suppose any kind of idea, if you are getting in your mind, then these are the sensor which supports you to implement your ideas into mechanical systems. And basically nowadays you see that the sensors, they are used in the automobile sectors. You know, if you are having a car, then it is fully equipped with we call it fully loaded car, because the whole car is having all kinds of sensors, whether it is a speed sensors. You see that if you over exceed your speed, some echo sounds will come out from your car that you are over speeding your car. Even some. Hello.
Yeah, sir, your slide is on the label sensors. Have you changed your slide?
नहीं, मैं कर ही रहा हूं। बहुत सारे सेंसर थे ना।
हाँ, sir, now it is yeah, label sensors. Yeah, now
talking about my side only actually.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
All kinds. There are so many sensors.
Yes, sir. Okay,
All
thank you.
It will change. So basically, I am talking about the sensors which are used in the cars. And if you are driving a car, you have experienced the working of those sensors which are already fitted in that. And that's I am talking that if you are over speeding, if you how much distance another objects with your car on your right hand side and left hand sides like that, your brakes are properly working or not, your light is proper working or not. If you are not putting your seat belt, then there is a echo sound in the car. It will be ring up to the 1 minute. That is a kind of warning that you should use your seat belt onto that. And apart from that, there is a ABS, there is a anti-braking systems. They are all sensors based, because suppose suddenly some object is just in front of you, then if you are not apply the pressure on your brake pistol, then automatically these brake will work on that, and they will try to stop your car without any damage. So these are the things which are very useful as far as the sensing device are concerned. Nowadays, you see that even every square of the city, you will find out the pollution monitoring system, because there is also a sensors and who sense all the order of gases over there and identify and there is a algorithms which calculate the percentage of the hazard gases which are there. So this is also a kind of monitoring which is very, very important to aware the people. So now I will changing my words. The sensors are basically used to aware the people or aware the users about their mistakes. Suppose if you see a pollution monitoring board in front of you, then if every pupil will decide how many gases, hazard gases they are developing, and which is very, very dangerous to the human body. So basically, it is important to understand as far as the design of the sensors are concerned. And before I will go to it is very important to understand that if you are using sensors, and I would say basically they are the smart sensors, and if you are using those sensors, you should know a very step-by-step information about all the sensors which you are having. And it is also very important that should be in your mind that what does a smart sensors can do. So it is a kind of self-compensation capability. The automatic compensations for sensors non-linearity, temperature, drift, time drift, response time. There are so many things which can affect the sensors. But a smart sensors has a self-calibration functions. It has self-diagnosis function. आप देखिए nowadays, if you see in the medical field, if I will give you an example of the ECG machine, if you compare with the old one and the new one, the drastic changes is there. In the previous ECG machines in the old time, you will see a PQRST graph on the graph paper, and a doctor has to calibrate those graphs and then come to the conclusion. But nowadays, if you go through the latest machine of the ECG, after completing the ECG process, he will give you the information in writing that what your ECG parameters or ECG graph says about that. So these are the self-diagnosis functions of those sensors like that. If there is anything which is going to be numerical, then a smart sensor is capable to process all those numericals value. And nowadays, if you are thinking about to make a artificial intelligence through the IoT, it is very important that whatever you think and whatever you fabricate, it is going to be very important that you should have a two-way communication system, and this is going to be very important. And also, whatever you are doing with that, it should be come into in the form of a storage. So whatever you are making of your thinking, the whole things should be stored in a proper place. Nowadays, these are not a very big things. You can easily do it like that. And this is a very basics of the sensors, that any physical quantities, it will be sensed by the sensors and convert into the electrical form. But always there is an important questions which arise on that. Why we learn about the sensors? Why it is important? So my answer is very clear that nowadays you are nothing without sensors. Because even if you are using your mobile phone, you are using your two-wheel drive, you are using your four-wheel drive, you are using your television, you are using anything electronic, smart TV, smart fully loaded washing machine, ovens, or they are the sensor-based devices. And there is importantly, there is engineer is needed. An electrical engineer is needed to know about the sensors, because every physical changes convert into the electrical forms, and these electrical forms, they need to convert into the digital form. And therefore, it is very important for an electrical engineer that how to design a sensors for their field, whether they are mechanical, civil, chemical, bioengineers, and they should use as sensors to when they make a different measurements. They also need about the order to select appropriate sensors. There should be a protocol about the sensors, because as you start thinking about the sensors in a particular idea which you want to generate in a mechanical form, then you as the mechanical system will increase in their formation, you have to decide which kind of sensors is important for that. And that is also very important. And lastly, I would like to say that it is the engineer should design a compact size of sensors. That's why I put in my second slide all kinds of sensors over there, and they are very compact in size. So whatever you think to in the artificial intelligence, then these sensors will give you will give you a very important results for your thinking. I always and I every time I will remember I want to remember that the thinking process of a human being is going to be very important because if you don't think, then you are unable to convert them into the mechanical form, because everything should be in front of you. The question is that how you think. So if we talk about the sensors, you have to be very careful about their accuracy, about their stability, about their environmental condition. Suppose if you fabricate a device using sensors, but in those environmental conditions, it is not working. So it should not be like you have to use the limits of the temperature and humidity, which is very important. Calibration is one of the most important. Resolution is one of the most important. And nowadays, if you see that what is the prices in the previous electronics and nowadays prices, they are drastically changed. I think we are all aware with the mobile phones in your hand. When they were started, the cost is very high. But nowadays, the mobile is available in all kinds of cost. Now they have customized as far as the user use, that you can use all these things at your own cost. If you want to spend 5,000 rupees, then 5,000 mobile phone is available in the market with your satisfaction. So, and power consumption nowadays, you see that all the electronic devices, I would say digital electronic devices, they are using a low power circuitry. Here I will give you one answer. Suppose a mobile phone, it is give you the 10 millivolts in its working condition. So if you are not using your mobile or any other digital electronic application, they automatically lower down their powers. They come back to the 1 millivolt or 2 millivolts, like that. That is also a very important thing with the sensors, because lower down the power means that you are saving your elements, because nowadays we are using the integrated circuits. All are the VLSI design. Millions and million transistors are there into a very small area. So every transistor is going to be very near. And suppose if temperature is raising, then there is a possibilities to break down all those channels and the transistor inside your integrated circuits, what we call it the IC chips. So on the basis of that, you see that so many kinds of sensors, they are already available. This number of sensors, I deliberately want to show you that, because I want that after this lecture, you start thinking and use the artificial intelligence and fabricate a beautiful thoughts in terms of the electronic devices. So these sensors tell you that you cannot go beyond these number of sensors, because even, for example, after this, you start thinking and algorithmize something and write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 step and think about the sensor. You need all these sensors over there. So all these things. Lastly, I would want to say, sometimes there is in the cars, they are vibrating. So if sensor is not there, you don't know. But a small vibration should be indicated to you. So there are vibration sensor, analog sound sensors, magnetic sensors, biosensors, IR sensor, we already talked about, pressure sensors, we have already talked about. Ultrasonic sensors play a very important role nowadays. And I have used this sensor in one of my paper, that how we can detect the blockage in a sewer pipelines. So I am trying to make a robotics design And one of my scholars has completed his PhD thesis on that. So we are using the ultrasonic sensors. So what is the importance of this ultrasonic? That he not only transmit the signal, but at the same time, these waves are strike back from the object. So to find out the blockage in the sewer pipelines, because in the previous times, a man can go inside the sewer pipeline and find out the blockage and clear them. But if you don't want to send human, because it's not a good practice to send a pupil inside the sewer pipeline, then what you have to do is you make this robotic design over there, which is equipped with the ultrasonic sensors. It will go send their ultrasonic rays. If blockage is there, it will strike and come back. So you have to find out the distance very automatically. There is some light sensors also, which are very important nowadays, because any one of you will go through the optoelectronics. Then coming out from the attenuations of the signals, nowadays the light sensors are play a very important role, whether it is photodiode, phototransistor, field effect transistors. So because nowadays we are the pupils, they are using the fiber optics to travel their signals from one end to the another. And in fibers, the attenuation of the signals is very, very low. Sorry. So on the basis of that sensors, there are short range and long range sensors, because it is also to be defined that how these can be used. So one technology to watch when it comes to sensor and signal in the long range, and it is also stands for not only stand for the long range, but also a low power wireless radio frequencies technology, and that is used in the devices in such a network like sensors, gateway machines, and devices like that. And it is also one of the nowadays we are using the lasers beam to send the long range sensor devices. As far as the application of the sensors are concerned, basically the technology and design, which is going to be very important. And it is also very important that your application, I mean, once again, I would like to say that once again, you have to see that how you can think to form a device using the data, using the Internet of Things like that. And according to that, the security play a very important role in design for security is very important to enterprise uses and need. These things you keep in your mind when you think about the artificial intelligence, because what kind of setup you want to design using sensors, what will be your size, what is the speed, what kind of power it will take, and in which application you want to use the sensors technology. So there should be a number of implementations and connections device coming online. There are going to be increases, and we can expect function to drive from, and that is the characteristics of the sensors will driven by design that meet demands. Sensor will also be a part of a self-sustaining equation. Sensors, it is going to be a very self-sustaining, because it should be governed with the size, speed, and the power application. So basically for the supply chain, because you are not thinking about only a single systems. you are thinking about the many systems which are attached to one another. And there every system sends the output of the previous one and do a very new things to the another form. And those another form will again detect by sensors and do something else. So these are the things which is going to be very important. Basically, if we talk about the smart sensors, nowadays a smart word is very commonly used with everything as far as the digital applications are concerned. So these smart sensors basically a new generation of perceptions and self-awareness capabilities there. And they are also a pathway of the future intelligence systems. And though these intelligence systems designed at the component using smart sensors, they are also very important nowadays for the I will give you one example that they are very important for the food safety applications, biological hazards detection, as I told already about you. And they are also equipped with the alarm systems, whether it is local or the global environmental detection, whether they are used in the health monitoring systems. And I just want to experience one of my paper that actually it has been seen that if a patient is in intensive care unit, ICU, so their family members are not allowed to go inside that. So there is a kind of confusion between the patients and their family members. What is the latest condition of our patients? So the Internet of Things will play a very important role in that, because all the sensing devices which are used in the health monitoring systems are there. And the only thing is you have to connect them with the help of the IoTs and give those information to the family members. Even they can assess those things on their mobile phones. So it is very important. At the same time, they not only see their patients, and if that patient is able to talk, then they can talk also. So though these sensing devices using Internet of Things, they also give a mental satisfactions to their users also. So IoT is going to be a very important way from the canaries to the, nowadays you see that these drone technologies over there, and they play a very important role to monitoring several of the things where the police cannot go or the military cannot go like that. So they can assess the information of those areas also with the drones. And as far as the sensing element is concerned, they have a very high resolutions camera inside that. So they can sense and send their pictures to their authorities. So they will examine those, and anything if they found it is not correct, so immediately taking action. Even nowadays, even crowd control, they are using the drones for these. And if we talk about the calling all sensors, so the sensors, they are not easy due to the various ways to classify them, because sensors are according to the applications. Applications are not according to the sensors. So आपके दिमाग में क्या application आती है? What kind of application you have in your mind, and that is that should be converted into this analog to digital converter form. And basically, if we talk about the sensors, there are so many sensors nowadays. In your screen, you see the MEM sensors. That is almost the granddaddy of sensors. These sensors are based on the micro electro systems, and they are not categorized, not application specific, but they are based on the size of the sensors. And these are in the micrometer size like that. And they are made up of the silicon or the metals like that. And the sensors are normally here about, such as accelerometer, gyroscopes, microphones, and most of the biosensors they are using. And now they are not known as the MEMS sensors. They are used as a MEMS technology, because basically I want to inform you that this MEMS technology was first used in the military field and can perform the multi-sensors data fusions in the field of target tracking and automatic identification with a specific high precision and the ability to identify, track, and locate targets like that. And also MEMS sensors, they are very important as far as they become the technology that they can be used as a flow sensors. They can equip with the analog to digital converters and do it. There are some of the digital processings for the bio-directional communications of data and instructions like that. So basically these MEMS sensors are going to be very important. Nowadays, there are so many work is done on the bio-MEMS. They are also called the biosensors. And they are rely on the microbes. And I'm not specialized on this field, but I have heard that we are also doing the antimicrobial activities of our samples sometimes, and we see that they are environmentally friendly or not. So basically, there are some microbes which are light sensing. So they are used in that, like in the passive sensors, or to be wearable like a watch, or to be embedded stent of our body. Nowadays, you see that these sensors, biosensors, are used in the sports, or the athletes to see their strength of their muscles, their sweating rates, their body temperatures, so many things they are included. And all those sensors, they are fitted in their dress they wear during they are used during their sports like that. For that also, the one of the greatest technology we have nowadays, and that is known as the CMOS technology, complementary metal oxide semiconductor technology. To making any circuit, we are using both P and MOS into that. And these CMOS technology is the mainstream integrated circuit technology, and it cannot only be used to make distal integrated circuit such as microprocessor, but also sensors, data converters, and highly integrated transceivers. Transceivers, I told you, this is the most important part, because you need a device which not only transmit the signal, but at the same time it should be also capable of receive the signals like that. There are so many applications you see, whether it is environmental stimuli based, whether it is phones, you are having the smartphones. You remember that before they are called the mobile phones, and now they are called the smartphones, because they are so many things. Whether it is they track your movements and how much steps you are moving daily. They can identify your faces or thumbprints for security. New application includes passive sensing supplemented by augmented reality, for 3D sensing of our environmental. You can even nowadays, you can see in your Google Maps, the 3D vision of the satellite. Mostly all these sensors, they are used in the remote sensings for the watching the satellite movements and their functions. That is also very important. As I told you, we have a lot talk about the drones and other applications of that. And sometimes there are some of the sensors, they are also known as composite sensors, and they can do multiple sensors of that. Basically, the main use of this sensor, whether it is oil and gas corporation, automobile sector, consumers device, and healthcare, these are all the fields where these are some of the pictures of the sensors which are already available. Here you see my pointer, it is a temperature sensor. So very tiny devices is there, and one can very easily use in their circuit if they are think as a artificial intelligence. And these are the so many different types of sensors. They are available in the market, and they are very, very cost effective. Whether you want to humidity, whether you want to touch, whether you want to solar, whether you want to metal detectors, whether you want to real-time clock sensors, whether you want to thermistor, IR, whatever you think, smoke sensors you see over there, gas sensors over, you see there, color sensors you have. So there is nothing to worry about for the manufacturing of those sensors, because all are only needs a good quality of thinking to make your own system, or I would say make, or rather you design your own system and give it to the nation. This is the picture I want to told you about the how many sensors. You see the number of sensors. They are available not from right from the wheel to the machines, to the steering, to the dashboard, to the seat belts. Nowadays, I'm just go through one thing, that if you are not wearing your seat belt, then if some of the cause happened, you strike, so that will not come your what we call it, the security feature of your car will not work. So this is all about that. This is also one of the automobile systems over there. And this is the health monitoring system. So many things. Nowadays, you see that whether you want to record your pulse rate, or even you want to record your blood pressure, you wear this watch, and if you want to see what is your blood pressure, it tell you about that, about your sugar level, about that. Everything is the nowadays, what is the sensing over here? It is going to be sensing your pulses per minute, and they have many calibration is going to take place, and you see the number of pulses. I think if you think about what is happening in the ancient time, so a Ved Raj is counting the pulse and tell you what kind of disease you have on those times. Now, these are some of the biomolecules. Whether I'm sorry that I am not much know about that, but these are the enzymes, antibodies, and aptamers over there. These, and what are the physics is behind this? They are the electrochemical transducers, optical transducer, colorimetric transducers, mass transducers, and magnetic transducers. And these transducers convert what is the changes in the enzyme, what is the changing in the antibodies, and what are the aptamers, there is a changing. They converts into the electrical form. And now if you are having the electrical signal, then everything will be in your hand, and you will work on on these devices. This is one of the application I have taken, that is the image sensors, which is very important. I just told you about the next car, how much it is in the distance. Not only you have in your smartphone, that is computational photography, you have cars, you have IP cameras, you have even nowadays with the help of the Internet of Things, you will see that what is going in your home when you are in your office, and you can also adjust the motion of your camera with your mobile phones also. So these are the perfect and the best examples. And here I just expose about what is happening in the 2024 and up to 2028, that how it will be going to in the cognitive era of this sensors technology, which are used in the artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and the big data analysis. I think that is all from my side, because the whole thing is just like a sea. The only thing is that how much water you can take out. As far as the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and big data analysis is concerned, I'm not very much expertise on these of the field, but I am doing some work on the Internet of Things and the sensors like that. So with these words, thank you very much. And
yeah, thank you so much, sir, for this interesting talk. Actually, one of my PhD scholar has one question. He's asking, what key factors guide the selection of sensor design, such as nanocomposite-based capacitor, to enhance sensitivity and effectiveness in the gas sensor?
Basically, you have also said that it is a capacitor. So you must know about the capacitance, and even in your class 12, all these things are coming from a very basic kind of science. So if you see that, if you know about the capacitors and how you will enhance the capacity of a capacitor. So if you are making those, or if you want to increase those capacity of your composite capacitors, you have to think about what kind of insulating you are using, which enhance the electrical properties of your capacitors. So because you are making your own capacitor using composite, as you said that, so it is different. You have to calibrate with the so many insulating material, and also with the thickness of the insulating materials, because thickness makes a very important role in that. And I hope that it is a kind of very good work. And sometimes if you need, I will explain you more. At this time,
definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. So actually, I have many questions, but we have very less time, so because one more speaker is just waiting for us. So thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us in the field of sensor. So I'm really thankful, and I also want to learn so many things from you and design these sensors.
Exactly. We'll work together. And thank you very much for calling me on your dais. Thank you to your university, and thank you to all organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is Professor Sandeep, sir. So Sandeep, sir, you are available here?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah. So, sir, Dr. Naveen, sir, will introduce you, and then we will start.
Hello, sir, and welcome to this session.
Hello.
Okay, so I will introduce Dr. Sandeep. Dr. Sandeep is currently working as Associate Professor and Head at Department of Food Technology at Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. Before joining RGU, he was also working with NIFTAM Thanjavur and having more than 14 years of experience. And this experience is in academics, training institution, as well as in food industry. Dr. Sandeep is holding PhD degree in food engineering and technology from SLITE Longowal, MTech degree from Guru Jambheswar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, and MSc from CDLU. So Dr. Sandeep is also recipient of very prestigious Massive Fellowship, under which he has visited Hebrew University, Israel. He is having multidisciplinary expertise because of being involved in various government committees dealing with the policy framework related to different food industry. And Dr. Sandeep has also good publication record. So with this, I would like to welcome our keynote address. Thank you, sir. And please start your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. Just confirm the movement of my slides. Like I've shifted from number 1 slide to number 2. Like, is it visible there? Because sometime.
Yes, sir, visible.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing team, Dr. Naveen and other members of the organizing committee and Amity University, Jaipur, for giving this opportunity to present and share my thoughts on this platform. So first of all, after that, welcome all of you and thank you. So let's start with our today's discussion. The topic is like recent technological advances and funding opportunities in our food processing sector. Before touching our core food processing sector, I just want to brief you about the interrelated sector, which is agriculture, because food and agriculture are like closely interrelated to each other. So here, if you'll see, the growth rate in agriculture sector is very much fluctuating. If you'll see from last 20 years, the data, you can say the growth rate is fluctuating between like 8.6 to minus 0.2 in 14-15. And with an average of like from last 5-6 years, it's like 4.6% from 16 to 22, if you'll see. And the total contribution of agriculture sector in GDP of the country is like very much variable, and it's in a declining phase since 1950, where it was 54%, and it has reduced to 18.3% in 22-23. Whereas other service sectors, if you'll compare, they are increasing continuously, and like they've increased to 53% right now. Some of the agricultural commodities which we are exporting from our country to other countries, the major share is of rice commodity. Apart from that, meat and meat products, and processed food comes on at number 3, where we have tremendous scope. Only 2.7 billion processed food products costing around like $2.7 billion US only we are exporting, and other sectors including spice, oil, meals, sugars, wheat and pulses, etc. After Green Revolution, there's a tremendous hike in grain production of our country. And if I'll tell you, like India is the 3rd largest producer of cereal grains in the world after China and US. And we have touched a mark of like 315 million tons last year, 2021, for the total grain production in the country, where the major share is of rice, where we have crossed 130 million tons production in 21-22. And in wheat, we have touched more than 112 million tons of the total grain production in wheat sector. Some of the projection, if I'll say, after 10 years, where all these commodities or these sectors will be, like we are expecting the grain sector will cross 400 million tons of the total production. And as we are the 2nd largest producers of fruits and vegetables, so vegetable sector will also cross 300 million tons. We are the largest producers of milk in the world and contributing almost 20% of the total world's milk production. So like this, all these sectors will keep on increasing. And if I'll interrelate these sectors with processing, so here you can see the contribution of various segments. The major share is of grain processing and spice segment, which contributes 37% of the total share of this processing food sector. Apart from that, 15% contribution is from convenience food, like your ready-to-eat food, just open your like chocolates, your chips, and these kind of things. Non-alcoholic beverages, they are contributing 9%. Milk and milk products, along with fruits and vegetables, altogether contribute 8%. Here you can see we are the largest producers of milk, and then milk along with fruits and vegetables altogether is 8%. Similarly, with the other sectors, 5 or 6%. When it comes to the organized sector, like this data from where we have taken, only 25% food processing sector is in the organized area. Apart from that, 42% is still unorganized. If you'll go to some grocery shops or different kind of eatable shops, local packets you'll find more as compared to branded items. So these local packets only, like chips, cookies, and other kind of cakes and brownies, they are just simply packing without their labels, and they are selling in market, are mainly, they comes under this 42% sector. Then comes why we need to go for processing when raw materials or raw produce, as I have told, like continuously raw production of various commodities, it's increasing every year by year. So basically, the shelf life of fresh produce is very less, and that too is available. Availability is also up to a certain limited time period. You take any fruit or any vegetable, it will not be available more than like 2 or 3 months in a year, or some, or rarely some fruits or vegetables, they comes twice in a year. So firstly, we have to, and our body need these the nutrients which are present in these commodities throughout the year. So that's one of the reason processed food we can keep throughout the year, and we can consume wherever and whenever we want. Apart from this, wastage, spoilage, we cannot keep fresh produce for a longer time period. Although there are certain technologies, but cost wise they are like contributing very high. The costing of the produce to the common man will go like unaffordable, you can say. That's another reason. Apart from that, processing sector provides employment. We can have foreign exchange, as I have told. We can export food products after processing. So these are some of the reasons. Like even cleaning, sorting, grading comes under the category of food processing. Not going in depth, just telling the name, some of the recent technologies which are commercially available in the market, with which we can process food, like traditionally thermal processing, frying, refrigeration, freezing, osmotic dehydration. These kind of techniques everybody is familiar with, and we are seeing since our childhood, like our mothers and our grandmothers, they are using dehydration kind of technologies, sun drying and other things. Apart from that, other commercial technologies like baking, extrusion, solvent extraction methods, fortification, size reduction, preservation by using fermentation, they are also there in the market. Some technologies, they are there, but commercially they are not that much into the practice, like your membrane technology, microwave technology, coating, etc., microencapsulation. Small industries they are doing, some industries they are doing, but not that much commercially available. And some technologies, they are not commercially viable actually, because of having their higher costs, like high hydrostatic pressure technology, pulse electric field, osmotic, ohmic heating, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence. So these are some of the technologies. After fine tuning, they must have to be like used on commercial scales and taken up by the industries. So with the use of these technologies, which are already available and yet to come into the market of food processing, we are only processing only 7 to 10% of the total commodities which we are producing in our country. So to enhance the processing sector and to uplift this food processing, government has come up with various kinds of schemes where they are providing subsidies for putting up the units so that farmers or emerging entrepreneurs, they can come forward and put their own units. And this processing sector, like in developed countries, if you'll see, more than 70-80% produce they are using or consuming in a processed form. So, and that gives an additional income and you can say enhance the economy also. Some of the schemes we will discuss, whatever like central government schemes, they are there in the market, so that some students and other emerging entrepreneurs who are participating today, they can take advantage of this presentation, and then they can apply for these kind of things. The first one, we'll start with the Ministry of Food Processing Industries schemes, Sampada, scheme of Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, you can say. It's an umbrella scheme under which several sub schemes they are there. Time to time, some schemes they are opening, and sometimes schemes they are not available. Like here you can see 7 schemes they are there, but currently except Mega Food Park and creation of backward and forward linkages, other 5 schemes they are active. Ministry is also having some targets. So for Mega Food Parks, they have achieved that target, and backward forward linkage also, they have completed their targets, whatever they have projected, and funding through their projections they have received from Ministry of Finance. So we will today discuss only about the active schemes which are open in the market by Ministry of Food Processing Industries. So the 5 schemes which are available nowadays are like integrated cold chain and value addition, creation and expansion, which we also call as a unit establishment scheme, agro processing cluster, also known as mini food park scheme, SHRISD, and food safety quality assurance infrastructure. So let's discuss one by one. The first one is integrated cold chain and value addition scheme. So as it's a Ministry of Food Processing Industries scheme, so they are not only funding for putting up a cold store. They want us to process something along with the cold store. So under the scheme, 2 segments they are there. One is your storage infrastructure, you can say cold chain or cold store. Another one is your processing infrastructure. Although in the recent guidelines, they have revised that altogether for both the segments, 35% funding or 35% subsidy with an upper cap of 10 crore is available for the general areas, and 50% with the same upper cap of 10 crore is available for the northeastern or difficult areas. Here, difficult areas means like your hilly areas, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Leh Ladakh, and northeastern regions, including Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar also. So some special additional benefits they are having for the difficult areas along with the general, as compared to the general areas. So that's how. And then talking about the eligibility under the scheme, the eligibility condition in most of the Ministry of Food Processing Industry schemes is more or less same. All central and state public sector units, they are eligible, joint ventures, farmer producer organizations, self-help groups, cooperative and proprietary firms, cooperative entities, etc. They are all eligible under this scheme. Some of the points which I would like to highlight here, which are there in the guideline, is like, along with these organizations, they should have to have some net worth, like as in this scheme, at least 1.5 times then the total subsidy or grant which the promoter is seeking. The net worth should have to be there. Term loan is mandatory in almost all the schemes of Ministry of Food Processing, like 20% minimum term loan should have to be there. And apart from this, 10% the promoter's contribution should have to be there. in most of the schemes for difficult areas, and 20% contribution is mandatory for the general areas. While calculating the project cost, the cost of land, cost of pre-operative expenses, margin money, and working capital will not be considered. Here, they are giving subsidies for minimal processing centers at the farm gate level. So that one is mandatory. Apart from that, it's the choice of the promoter whether they want to go with the second addition, like your distribution hub or refer transportation. That depends on the kind of product they are processing and they are like keeping in their cold store. That also depends upon the area where they are putting and the raw material availability. So farm level infrastructure, if I'll say minimal processing, cleaning, sorting, grading, waxing, pre-cooling, cold store, etc., IQF kind of things if you are doing. So the minimum requirement is like primary processing, and you can go for secondary or tertiary kind of processings also. Distribution hub means like humidity chamber, packing facility, CA storage, etc. things. And in refer transport, moving that material from one place to marketplace, or you can say farm gate to the marketplace. They are providing any one out of these two you can select, but first one, processing or primary processing thing, is compulsory in this scheme. Apart from that, the next one is our unit establishment scheme, the most popular scheme of MOFP. You can say the full form is like creation and expansion. Here, as the name indicates, if somebody is interested for putting up a new unit, that will come under this category of creation. And if someone is already having a food processing industry and they want to go for expansion, they are also welcome under this scheme. So the minimum thing they have to do is like they have to enhance their production minimum 25% of the pre-existing one, and they have to follow some more conditions. So under the scheme, 35% subsidy with an upper cap of 5 CR for difficult area, for general areas, and for difficult areas 50% subsidy with an upper cap of 5 CR. In layman's language, if I'll tell, suppose you are putting up a unit with a cost of 10 crores. So in a general area, then only 3.5 CR will be your subsidy, and then rest 6.5 CR you have to contribute from your own pocket as well as from the bank loan. Whereas the same case, if you are putting up a unit in a difficult area, then 50% subsidy means like 5 crores of the 10 CR will be the subsidy amount, and the remaining you have to spend from your pocket along with the bank loan. Suppose your project is more than 10 CR in difficult areas, 15 CR suppose you are putting, then the maximum subsidy you can avail is like 5 CR only. The rest you have to pay from your own side. Under the scheme also, eligibility is same as we have discussed. Central PSUs, self-help groups, FPOs, NGOs, the same organizations are eligible in all schemes as I've told. So, and then promoters contribution minimum 20% should have to be there. And in case of the promoter is coming from difficult or northeastern region, difficult areas, then 10% he has to contribute from his own pocket. 20% bank loan is mandatory. And the project cost for the plains, or you can say for general areas, the minimum project cost should have to be of 3 CR. Means if you want to put a small unit, you will not be eligible. Your project's minimum cost, or you can say eligible project cost, should have to be of 3 CR. And in case of difficult areas, that costing relaxation is there. So instead of 3 CR, 1 CR and above projects they will consider. The important condition which was there under this scheme is like you should have to put unit only under mega food parks or designated food parks along with the agro processing clusters. Only 3 places you will be eligible. Like if you're putting unit in under these anyone out of these 3 places, then you can apply for this unit scheme. But recently they have revised the guideline, and like instead of like making this unit under mega food parks or agro processing cluster mandatory, they have given exemption, and they have proposed a 60-40 plan, where 60% units compulsorily they will sanction only for mega food parks and agro processing clusters, and 40% unit people they can put in their own land, which they need to be converted into commercial lands. Now, what are all the units you can put? So most of you are like knowing about what are all the sectors they are there in food processing. Apart from that, you can plan for animal feed, poultry feed, fish feed kind of units also, and you can avail subsidy under this scheme up to 5 CR. The only few things which they are restricting is like the ministry is not considering packaged drinking water as any category under food processing, and like betel nut kind of thing processing. They are not considering these 2 or 3 things. Apart from that, animal feeds and poultry feed, fish feed are also eligible. The next one is your mini food park scheme. The name is agro processing clusters. As I've told, mini food park, though minimum 10 acres of land if someone is having, that too touching to the highway or roadside, in a, you can say, single stretch. There should not have to be any gap. Recently, like not recently, 2-3 years back, we have rejected one project because one road was passing through someone's land. 7 acres was on one side and 3 acres was on another side. So this point should have to be very clear that 10 acres of land in a single stretch should have to be there. So for that, for the development of that land, so that units will come up, they are providing a support of maximum up to 10 CR, 35% and 50% that slab is there, either 35 or 50% or 10 CR, whichever is less. Eligibility is same. The only condition is like only one agro processing cluster will be permitted in one district. And if some mega food park or some designated food park from the state side is there in that particular district, then they will not consider your proposals. So that thing also you have to check. Eligibility conditions, again, 20% contribution in general area is from the promoter side, 1.5 times net worth, then the grant sought, 10% or 20% contribution from the promoter side, then 20% bank loan, minimum 10 acres of land. Minimum investment or the project cost should have to be of 25 CR in this agro processing cluster. And the promoter will have to give projections of minimum 5 units, which he's planning to put, or he's planning to invite other promoters or entrepreneurs for putting up the units. That should have to be given along with the DPR. So in common terms, if someone, like suppose I am putting an agro processing clusters, I can avail maximum up to 10 CR subsidy in this scheme. Apart from that, I myself can put up to 5 units in that agro processing cluster, and for those 5 units, for each individual unit, I can apply in the unit establishment scheme. So altogether, the maximum subsidy one person can take is like 35 CR, 5 for the 5 units, 5 each. So 25 CR and 10 CR in this agro processing cluster. Apart from this, food safety quality assurance infrastructure scheme, under which 2 sub schemes they are there. First one is food testing laboratory scheme, where to the private entities in general areas, they are giving 50% of the total equipment cost, and in difficult areas, 70% of the total equipment cost. But the same subsidy amount is 100% in case of government entities, whether it's state or central government agencies, and 25% cost of the technical civil work, like for the interiors of your lab and lab furniture they are providing. Plus to the government entities, they are giving salaries maximum up to 2 manpowers during the project period. Eligibility for central, state and private and deemed universities is there. The only revision they have made last year is like, earlier it was a front-ended subsidy where like immediately after sanction of your project, they were giving the first installment of the grant. Suppose you are coming up with like 2 CR lab. So like in 2 or 3 installments they used to give. 1 CR they were giving in advance. Then on submission of the UC, the second grant they were releasing, and similarly the third one, and the project they are closing. This time they have made it on reimbursement basis. First, whether it's private or a government agency or institute or organization, they will have to spend initially after sanction of the project, initially from their own pocket. Then they have to submit utilization certificate. They will cross-check the status and they will reimburse that amount. So it's nowadays on reimbursement basis, not a like front-ended subsidy. The next one is for quality, for food safety and quality assurance. They are suppose some promoter is already into this food processing sector and they want to go for quality management system implementation in their unit, some ISO standard or HACCP or other quality management system if they are planning to put. After implementation, they can take reimbursement of 50% or 75% for the northeastern region and 50% for the general areas, with like 17 and 22 lakh, up to 17 or 22 lakhs respectively. In this sector also, central or state government, private institutes, organizations, they are eligible. The next scheme is like SHRISD, Scheme of Human Resources and Institutions for Skill Development. As Pradhan Mantri Kisan this skill development PMKVY is there. Na? PMKVY 4 is coming, starting from this session to support that skill development program, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. So this scheme is very helpful. Like ministry is providing 15 lakh rupees support for maximum up to of like 50% for putting up a pilot scale unit for training the manpower in food sector. 15 lakh they are giving for one line, and if someone is submitting proposal for one center, the maximum 5 lines they can apply for, like in different categories. One is related to fruits and vegetable, another one is related to dairy, one is bakery, one spice processing, like in that way. Up to 5 units can be proposed, and 15 lakh rupees or 50%, whichever is less, for each line they can avail. So it means maximum 75 lakh rupees subsidy amount can be availed under the scheme. That was about Sampada. Apart from Sampada, MOFP is having few more schemes. This one is Operation Green. Revised name you can say is Operation Greens. Earlier the scheme was well known with the name TOP, T-O-P. Only 3 commodities, tomato, onion and potatoes, were there in the scheme, where they were providing facility for transporting these commodities more than 100 kilometers, so that they were giving subsidy of maximum up to 50%, or whatever the actual transportation cost beyond 100 kilometers. If you are transporting, suppose somebody is transporting from Delhi to Mumbai, so whatever the cost of transportation through train will be there, 50% subsidy government will be. But after COVID scenario, they have added 22 more commodities into it. As you can see in the basket of the farmer, almost all fresh fruits and vegetables they have covered, and any of these commodities, if the farmer they want to transport, or they want storage facility in the form of cold stores also, so subsidy is there for them. The next one is like for MSME kind of units, small scale units. As you have seen, most of the schemes I was talking about in crores only. So like small or like beginners, small entrepreneurs, if they want to put some kind of unit, or those who are already doing some small food related business, this one is the scheme suitable for them. Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises, PMFME. This was started in June 2020 by MOFP with the mandate like they have to bring more and more unorganized units or unorganized sector units into organized sector through this scheme. The key highlights of this scheme were like, initially they've come up with the ODOP, like suppose in my home district, so banana is in plenty. So if I'm putting up unit with banana processing or banana products related to banana, then I'll be eligible and I can apply under the scheme and I can avail subsidy amount of maximum up to 10 lakh rupees or 35% of the total project cost. Suppose if I'm putting a project of 30 lakh rupees, I'll be eligible for 100% subsidy amount, which is 10 lakh rupees. If I'm putting bigger than that, then also I'll not get more than 10 lakh rupees. But now they have removed this ODOP because some people who are already into food processing business, they were like unable to take subsidy under this because they were not. It's not mandatory that banana is the only processing commodity I am processing. I may be working in a dairy or I may be having a bakery. So after removing ODOP, everybody is eligible and 35% subsidy they can avail. Apart from that, they have planned, the ministry has planned, like in 5 years, they will spend around 10,000 CR and they plan to support some 2 lakh units in 5 years, and the 10% outlays and marked for northeastern states. And the components in the scheme are like for general areas, 60:40, 60% support is from center side and 40% from the state, respective states. But in case of difficult areas, 90:10, this sharing pattern they have kept, where 90% is provided through central government. All FPOs as self-help groups and other entities are eligible for this scheme. Another important key highlight of this scheme is like this scheme is not only funding for putting up the unit or for upgradation of the unit. They are this scheme is like complete hand holding for the beginners, right from starting point to the marketing. Even for marketing and branding also 50% grant they are providing. But the only important thing in this scheme is like this scheme is like credit linked subsidy scheme. So bank loan, as similar to other previous schemes, also mandatory in this, but in those schemes subsidy was coming on submission of utilization certificate in a kind of like front-ended form. Here subsidy will be released along with your bank loan, and it will reflect as your credit, or you can say as your loan for the first 3 years. Once you have successfully completed 3 years of running of your units, after that it will be debited and only the loan amount you have to pay. The implementation is like ministry has appointed state planning and monitoring units in each respective states, like state nodal agencies they have hired, and there they have put SPMUs. Under those SPMUs, district resource persons they have appointed, and if someone is interested to put unit in their particular district, they have to contact to this district resource person for preparation, and that this district resource person will take you for training and for DPR preparation. He will help you for bank loan and other activities related to documentation like company registration, GST, FSSAI licensing, and other things. So it's not like just giving subsidy and leaving you on the road. Like complete hand holding they are providing under this scheme, and you need not to pay a single penny. Only through MOFP fund only that district resource person will get fund on clearance of bank loan, then on submission of the DPR, and then first stage clearance and second stage clearance. On each step he will get some amount. These are the key features we have already told. Some seed capital also they are providing to the self-help groups, around one time 40,000 rupees support they are giving. Another important scheme is of Mission Organic Value Chain Development. This is like area specific scheme, mainly for the northeastern region by the Agricultural Ministry, Government of India. Through states they are providing like 6 crore. This one is like more or less similar to your unit establishment scheme of MOFP, where they were providing 5 crore support. Here they are providing 6 crore support for putting up the unit. But the only good thing for the scheme is like it's not mandatory the minimum project cost, which was like 1 CR and 3 CR in that. Like even small farmers, they can plan to put 50 lakh rupees unit, the 50% subsidy apart, and in this scheme, apart from this, the important thing is like they are providing 50% of all components. In MOFPI schemes, 50% of eligible project cost. When I say eligible project cost, only plant and machinery, utilities, technical civil works, and electrification works are only covered. No civil or pre-operating, post-operating costs are there. But in this scheme, this is an additional benefit. I think most of you are familiar with this word APIDA, Agricultural and Food Processing, Food Processing Products Export Development Authority of India. So you can say to promote export of raw or you can say processed food. So they are facilitating entrepreneurs with different schemes. The major, you can say, amount of each of their scheme is 2 CR or 40% of the total project cost. Most of their schemes run around this amount only, 40% or 2 CR of the total project cost, whichever is less. So first one is like their integrated pack house and processing facility, where they are providing financial support for primary processing and some high-tech equipments like NIR technology, or you can say cold store, packaging, cooling, or some instruments of advanced the thing they are putting. The next one is cold chain strengthening. Vans or refrigerated vehicles they are providing for transporting the fresh commodities up to the ports, even your marine products, meat products also. The only condition you have to like register under APIDA, and you have to take EC code and then APIDA registration certificate. After that, you will be eligible to apply for their schemes. Cable handling system mainly for the large farmers, like where transportation of some of the commodities is not easy, like as you can see in the picture, banana as well as jackfruits. So for these kind of cable handling system for these kind of commodities, they are supporting. The subsidy amount is again same, 2 CR or 40%. Food processing facilities, whether you have the existing one or you are putting up the new facilities. If your technology is outdated, you want to revise your technology or upgrade your technology with the recent technology, so you can change and you can think about this scheme. But the subsidy amount again here is 2 CR and 40%. Export promotion scheme, another one is like your common infrastructure facilities. This is mainly for the central and state government institutes, where they are providing a support of 6 CR, maximum up to 90% of the total project cost for putting up the common processing facilities as well as testing facilities in the premises. Apart from this, some other central government agencies like your KVIC, Khadi and Village Industries Commission, they are having one small scheme, Gram Udyog Vikas Yojana, for the FPCs. They are supporting them with 1 lakh rupees equipments and providing some training, skill development training for the grassroots level, or you can say small or marginal farmers. They are hand-holding and running the scheme. Another region-specific scheme is like your livelihood support program by Nectar, or you can say an autonomous institute under DST. They are providing there. They have one along with other components. Food processing sector is also there. So these are some of the central government schemes. Apart from these schemes, respective states, they are also time to time providing subsidies, and they are also launching food processing schemes like government of Haryana. Recently they were having this cold chain scheme and some other schemes in food processing also. Various states time to time they are introducing. So that's all from my side. Thank you once again, and if you have any queries, you're most welcome.
Thank you, sir, for such an interesting talk and telling about so many schemes which are run by the government. Many of them we were not aware about. Something I would like to ask for our students who are just passing out. that what kind of schemes are there for them if they want to start something, they want to become the entrepreneur. So what kind of facility or the scheme they can avail?
For beginners, the best one is your PMFME scheme. And like as they are not having much skill exposure, even students or even any other person, if they want to plan, the investment is also not much. With 5, 6 or 10 lakh rupees, if they are having in their pocket, other 35% they will get from the government. Like as I've told in this PMFME scheme, 10 lakh rupees or 35% subsidy is there. Suppose someone is putting up a small scale unit of 30 lakh with a project plan of 30 lakh rupees. 35% means like 10 lakh rupees they can avail as subsidy. 20% only they have to contribute from their pocket. So 20% of 30 lakhs is 6 lakhs. So 6 lakhs they have to contribute, 10 lakh they will get as subsidy, and the remaining 30 lakh as a bank loan. And for such small scale units, there's not much bank guarantee is required. And for hand holding, that district resource person in each respective state's district, they are there. If you want list, already it is there on the MOFP's website. Just you have to put state nodal agencies of various regions under PMFME scheme. There is a complete list of all states. You just take out your respective state list and contact them directly. Mostly state agriculture or state industrial departments, they are the state nodal agencies. There MOFP has appointed some 9-10 people team, which they used to call state planning and monitoring unit. So there you have to contact once, like as your university is in Jaipur, very close to Jaipur, is in Rajasthan, and it is very close to Jaipur. So in Jaipur, the state industrial department will be there. So if anyone is interested, they can go and they can contact them. They will handle.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Naveen.
Thanks a lot. Yes.
Once again, thanks to the organizers and thanks everyone for patiently listening. Thank you.
Okay, so we will start now with the oral presentation. For this technical session, our session chair will be Dr. Narayan Kumar. He is Associate Professor in the area of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics at NIIT University, where he teaches genetic engineering, molecular biology, biological chemistry, and many other subjects. He is having master's degree in biotechnology from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and his doctorate from the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Rajasthan. He has guided many students and also having many publications in very reputed journals. And he has foreign exposure also. He has visited many countries for the research purpose. So I welcome Dr. Narayan to chair the session. Yes, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen, and thank you, Dr. Deepsika also. You had given me the opportunity to chair this session. And I am honored to be chair sessions for informative discussions. It is important to every presenters. Please note that the presentation time is 6 minutes and question answers for 1 minute for question answers. So you have given the 6 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for the question answer. Right? So I would like to first invite the first presenter, Dr. Pooja Dogra. And she will talk about a study on impact of emotional intelligence on individual work performance among healthcare professionals. So welcome, Dr. Pooja Dogra.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all the participants. And I am
We are
really
not
thankful
audible.
to the. Am I not audible, sir?
Yeah, we are not audible, please.
One second. So now, am I audible? Okay.
You are not audible, Dr.
Good
Pooja.
afternoon, everyone. Seeing the shortage of time, I think we just have 6 minutes. I thank you, Dr. Naveen, and of course our chairperson right now for giving us the opportunity to present. So my topic is a little different from whatever we were talking till now. That is, in today's scenario, we are talking about artificial intelligence. And here I am presenting before you my topic, which is a study on the impact of emotional intelligence on individual work performance among healthcare professionals. So that is, the need of the hour. We are definitely moving to healthcare technologies, but we need to understand that behind the healthcare technology, we have people where emotions are involved, and hence, giving importance to artificial intelligence, we need to, in today's scenario, work on the emotional intelligence also. So the contents, I'm skipping this slide, seeing the dearth of time. And these are my abbreviations which I have used: emotional intelligence, EI, I would be denoting by that. IWP is individual work performance, and HCP I will be denoting by healthcare professionals. So when we talk about the introduction of my topic, that is why I chose emotional intelligence, I would just like to give you in brief that earlier, intelligence was taken as, if someone is successful, he is because he's intelligent. If someone is intelligent, he would be successful. And talking of healthcare scenario, what intelligence is, it is the aptitude, it is how and to what capacity a person acts rationally and effectively in any particular environment. So, earlier people thought that intelligence is equal to successfulness, but that was not, the exact situation. So, people found out that intelligence has many forms. It can be verbal intelligence, it can be spatial intelligence, it can be social intelligence, and emotional intelligence also. So when you talk about emotional intelligence, I would like to come to and talk about emotions. Emotions are motivating factors for success and happiness in personal life. When we start understanding our emotions, when we start controlling and managing our emotions, our effectivity related to our personal and professional life is seen to grow. So in healthcare professional, it is very important to handle the emotions within the environment, which is related to the healthcare safety, because we are, continuously working in a healthcare environment. We need to support and see the patient safety. So that is very important for us to understand. And the healthcare professionals, we do not mean that we need to suppress or deny our emotions. We need to constructively work when I talk about understanding and controlling and managing our emotions. So with that sense comes emotional intelligence, which means to understand. It is an understanding of our emotions and feeling, and how do we react. When we have an understanding about our emotions, we react to the environment and the events which are happening around us. So when people have they have stable and high emotional intelligence, there are different emotional perspective to deal with that kind of environment. So professionals, especially the healthcare professionals, they are dealing with stress. We need to overcome obstacle, we need to resolve conflicts. And any person who's working in healthcare professional, they need to understand that they are meeting and coming on to the needs of the customers and the co-workers. And the customer here in healthcare profession is and are the patients. So any person who does not able to meet the emotional intelligence at per the power which is required for their work profession, they could have a negative impact, and that negative impact could deal with a blame game or procrastination also. So healthcare professional, they are dealing with people. That is very important. We need to, that's why here is the role of emotional intelligence with healthcare professional. Particularly there are burn up of emotions at time, and whenever we are in healthcare scenario, there are times when we are breaking out critical news. So that is also important. We need to control our emotion. Hence the concept of emotional intelligence is overpowering the normal intelligence. And coming out with the scenario of artificial intelligence, we need to understand that this is equally important for healthcare professional. And why it is important is, if in case the healthcare professionals, there is a burnout, there would be increased stress, which would lead to patient dissatisfaction. It could lead to clinical errors. It could even lead to not giving critical care to the patient also. And there are various elements of emotional intelligence among healthcare professionals, which are interpersonal, intrapersonal, adaptability, stress management, and the general mood, which needs to be taken care by the organizations these days. Then moving on, when we are after this, we would like to, I would briefly discuss how what is individual work performance. So individual work performance is, the action or the behavior which leads or help the organization or the person to be to achieve their goals. Employees in today's scenario, it is given importance because employees are given their actions, their behavior and their actions are very important for the organization to understand, because in the end it is leading down to patient satisfaction, and hence clinical outcome is improved. So when we talk about individual work performance, which can be measured by these four parameters, that is task performance, which is the proficiency by which the employee performs their central or their core job. Supposing if we are talking about a nurse, so we would be talking about the proficiencies by which the nurse is performing her duties towards the patient. Then contextual performance. Contextual performance are when that nurse behaves, what is her behavior with that supporting, is her behavior supportive to the organization, or how she's behaving socially, or all the social psychological element. Then adaptive performance. When we talk about adaptive performance, we are talking about how the employee is adapting and changing roles. Now, this is very important to healthcare professionals because there is always rotation. Job rotations are very, very common in healthcare professionals, and they need to understand they can sometimes be be put to a difficult situation. There are shift duties. So this becomes again a very important parameter for the employee to adapt to the changing roles. Then counterproductive work behavior. That is, how, harmful of, in case the employee is not well-being, if he's not, in his good senses, how it can be harmful to the organization. Now, there is a brief review of literature pertaining to this, this study. That is AsiaMa in 2018. They said that it's a very hot topic and a great deal of importance for healthcare stakeholders. When we talk about Imran et al. In their study, they said that stress and draining environment, mental and physical health is of utmost importance and are affecting the physical, the well-being of the organization also. In their study, McNaughton in 2015 said that there is a direct relationship between emotional intelligence and professionalism, satisfaction, and outcome, as I already gave a gist of that in my introduction, which is directly leading to the health and the happiness of the employees also. Baker et al. In their study at 2017, they said if the emotional intelligence increases, the employees or the healthcare professionals would be in a better state to perform better jobs, and that would obviously result to better clinical outcome. In the study, Hallstrom et al. 2022 concluded that disruptive behavior by healthcare professionals should not be integrated in the system. Hence, we need to work in such a way that this is not promoted further. 1 second, please. I think there is, okay. So Wong et al. In their study 2019 displayed that the importance of employee physical and mental health leads to achieving the success, goals and the success of the organization at the organization level as well as the individual level. Mathur et al. In their study conducted in 2018 said that wherever, in whatever organization, human interaction is there, it is very, and especially we are talking about healthcare scenario, it is very important for the organization that the demand of emotional intelligence is met by the employee. Namdar and Arshdi in 22 stated that emotional intelligence helps to relate and understand and cope with environment demands in a better way with respect to their job stress. Sharma in 2017 stated that emotional intelligence workers are, a person who has a better emotional intelligence would be a better performance. Likewise, Sarangi and Guts in 2022 concluded that good leadership, problem solving, and stress, overcoming stress are few important parameters which would be depicted by a person who is emotionally intelligent. So the study, there are few objectives which I am showcasing in this abstract of mine. The study the factors impacting emotional intelligence among healthcare professionals, to examine the factors affecting individual work performance, and to analyze the impact of emotional intelligence and individual work performance. The hypothesis, there are 5 hypotheses which I have included in this presentation. Appraisals of other emotions have a significant impact of individual work performance. Appraisals of, that is hypothesis 2, is appraisal of own emotion impacts the individual work performance. Social skills have a significant correlation with individual work performance. That is my hypothesis 3. Hypothesis 4 is utilization of emotions affect the individual work performance. And hypothesis 5 donates optimism is significantly associated with individual work performance. So the methodology of my study, it was a cross-sectional study which was done on a sample of 150 with quota sampling followed by convenience sampling. Data collection method was primary and secondary data. Secondary data was done to support the review of literature. Paper-based questionnaire was there which was administered for convenience. Data analysis were done using correlation and regression on SPSS 21. Questionnaire had a 5-point Likert scale from 1, strongly agree, to strongly disagree. In between was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as agree, neutral, and disagree, and then strongly disagree. There were 3 sections to the questionnaire. Section A had a demographics, which covered the important parameters of the age, gender, what is the occupation, what is the experience and qualification. Then section B, which was related to Wong and Law emotional intelligence scale, which has 25 statements. Section C had individual work performance.
Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry for interrupting to you, but we are running a time. Please.
Okay, so I'll just come on to my results and interpretation. Looking by the significance of these, the test, the p-value, hypothesis 1, that is appraisal of own emotions, had a significant impact. It showed a strong positive significant correlation. Hypothesis 2, appraisal of own emotion, it was very strong positive significant correlation, hence it was accepted. I am coming to hypothesis 5. The result is not close to 0.05, hence a very strong positive correlation but not significant, means that it was significant for the sample but not for the population, hence it was rejected by the study. The conclusion is, when we are talking about emotional intelligence, we need to include emotional intelligence training at the base level, where healthcare professionals are trained from the beginning how to deal with emotions. Sensitization among the healthcare professionals is very important. Selection of important parameters by when we select the healthcare professional is important. It needs to be included in the curriculum from the initial stages. And HR role, the human resource plays a crucial role to choose people who are, have a stable emotional intelligence. And of course, public hospitals need to implement this very strongly. It could be one of the part of, I've seen in private hospital. These are my references. That's all. Any questions, please?
Now floor is open for question and answer. Any questions from the audience side? Okay, Dr. Pooja, I think really you are working on some real problems, and I think you have done some survey also on this one, like the work
Yes, sir.
pressure and efficiency of the work. You have done some survey.
Yes, sir.
So how many people's or what was the sample size of your survey?
Sir, this study you were talking about, it was 150. Cochrane's formula was taken, and 50 doctors, 50 nurses, and 50 other healthcare professionals like technicians, they were taken in.
Right, because why I'm asking,
Yes, sir.
the different human beings behave differently, right? And they
Yes,
work
sir.
in different conditions, and the work pressure in different organizations are different, right? So like if you studied, like you have taken you studied on some of the peoples, they are working in one organization, but their work pressure are different. And if you are study, you have taken the peoples who are working in the industries, like their work pressure is different. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
if you take it this one, and then you find out what are the changes you are observing in this one, right? What is the efficiency level of these peoples? Because if I talk about the biological point of the views, there are some of the hormones that aggravates during the stress conditions, some of the hormones
Yes, sir. Stress aggravates the hormone. Absolutely,
Right.
sir. Adrenaline.
Yeah, adrenaline, right? And this finally affect to the efficiency of the work, right? So can you enlighten something like what what are different parameters you have used in your survey?
Sir, I have done this survey on, sir, healthcare professional particularly. Why? That's why, because I have chosen an industry where the customers are people. So that's why, there in hospitals, we are really focusing on artificial intelligence. We are using robotic surgeries and, all kind of app. And I see a lot of artificial intelligence, a lot of future bright there. But in healthcare professional, what we need to understand is that they need to focus on emotional intelligence. And the questionnaire which was used that had 25 parameters, where I do not have the questionnaire right now, but it was measuring, and it was a standardized questionnaire which was measuring the complete different parameters of self-actualization, stress tolerance, optimism, happiness, and assertiveness. So by that, that was told that the training of healthcare needs to be specific for these kind of emotional intelligence skills.
That's great. Dr. Pooja, can we use some of the algorithms here, like the computational algorithms, to the boost up of your research work?
Algorithms, sir, I think we can work on to that, because the model which I had developed is that input and the dependent variables, maybe some algorithm could have worked up, but for such a small sample, I have not done that.
Right, we should increase the sample size also, because at
yes, sir. Yes,
we cannot come to one decisions, right? Okay.
Yes, sir,
right.
Because this is also done on a private hospital, which is just a 200-bedded hospital. So they were, more towards robotic and artificial intelligence, and hence I chose that particular hospital, sir.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for your nice talk, and it is really impressive talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone, for listening and giving a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I am inviting to the second presenter, Mr. Prabhakar, and he will talk about effective stabilization of sandy soil through polyvinyl acetate for sustainable soil management. Mr. Prabhakar, please
yes, sir.
start your
I'm
presentation.
audible to you, sir.
Yeah, it's visible, but it is not in presentation mode. Please make your presentation in the presentation mode, PPT.
Yes, sir. Sir, it is visible to you, sir?
Yeah, it's visible. But
Yes,
again,
sir.
you make it into the presentation mode.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, sir. Give me a minute.
Just click on view.
Entire screening. Sir, this is in presentation mode, sir.
Just click on the slideshow.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You click in the slideshow.
Yes, sir. It is in presentation mode now.
It is not in the presentation mode. Okay, continue,
Yes, sir.
please. No issue.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is myself, Prabhakar. I'm from SRM University. I'm a PhD research student. I'm from Civil Engineering Department. Uh, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And today I would like to talk about the effective soil stabilization of sandy soils using the polyvinyl acetate. When we talk about the soil stabilization, we are in, as we all know that we are having two different types of soil, cohesive soils and cohesionless soils. So whereas clay, silt, and coming under the cohesive soils, the sand, gravel will coming under the cohesionless soils. The problem with the cohesive soils, like clay soils, there is the expansiveness is more, and excessive settlements will be occurs in the cohesive soils in the whereas in the sandy soils, that is cohesionless soils, uh, the cohesion is there is no cohesion. Because of this, most of the cases there is a landslides, erosion, and liquefaction phenomena will be occurs. There, as we all know, the famous incident happened in the 1964 Niigata earthquake. That is a extensive damage was happened because of the liquefaction. And also you can see that Nishinomiya earthquake in Nambu earthquake in 1995. These are the examples. In the Pan America, there is a landslide in 2001, and in China also there is a bridge failure because of the scoring effect. These are all the geotechnical challenge we can achieve by the soil improvement technique. Presently, we have the different types of soil improvement technique, that is soil reinforcement techniques, improvement techniques, and the soil treatment techniques. In this reinforcement technique, we will use machineries. With the machineries, we will treat the soil ground with the different types of materials like stone column techniques, and geotextiles and geosynthetics, and deep nailings. And also we have with the machineries that compaction methods and drainage methods. And also recently industry is using the soil treatment technique, that is chemical grounding with the use of cement and lime. And also now recently sustainable techniques of EICP and MICP. With these techniques, the problem is using cement and machineries, and it will be affected the environment. So right now the present scenario is shifting to the sustainable techniques. So uh, these are the literature survey. Based on literature survey, it has chosen that polyvinyl acetate sustainable organic material for the soil stabilization. So the material we have used for the this study, that we have chosen the uh, sandy soil that is located from the beach. And it is the properties of the sand was shown in this. There is a poorly graded soil, and we have used the polyvinyl acetate. This is organic polymer. It is milky white in color, and sustainable. This will not affect to the environment, and non toxic, and it will be soluble in water. So this is the general methodology we have chosen, that by implementation of surficial technique. Because of most of the soil we cannot take the soil, and we cannot replace the soil. So here, in case we have chosen the method like in situ techniques, we have chosen superficial technique. So the polymer solution we have injected on the top of the soil. So this is the schematic diagram of entire methodology we have used. So coming to the part of results, we have did.
Prabhakar,
Yes, sir.
your slide is not moving. It is fixed at
1 point, sir. No
Yes.
problem. Sir, it is visible, sir.
Not yet.
Sir, visible, sir.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Sir,
Yeah.
it is visible, sir.
Yes, now it is very
Yeah,
clear.
as yes, I already discussed regarding this ground improvement techniques. These are the geotechnical challenges, and this is the soil we have chosen for the study. Sandy soil taken from the beach, and these are the properties of the soil. And this is the methodology that what I'm talking about, the polyvinyl acetate we have used in this study. What I said that superficial technique we have used for the treatment procedure. We have did the test on the prepared specimens, that UCC test, that is general technique or general procedure for the calculating the mechanical properties. This is the results of UCS testing, that we have cured the samples for the 7 days, 14 days, and 28 days with the temperature of 40 to 50 degrees, because the PVA needed some temperature to solidification. This is a specimens designation. When we see the 7 days tested sample, the strength was increased rapidly. For the 1% PVA, the strength occurred 0.598 megapascal. When it is increasing to 11%, that UCS values has drastically increased, where we got the almost 8.2 megapascal. So surprisingly, when we tested for the 14 days and 28 days, the UCS values are reducing because of this softening phenomena. When you see the mechanism of the PVA, when we injected into the soil, the polymer film is bonding between the particle to particle. This polymer is affected with the temperature because of the thermoplastic behavior. So due to this thermoplastic behavior and constant temperature, the UCS values are decreasing with the curing period. These are the observation we seen in this study, and we can see the UCS value decreasing pattern. The variation we can observe, the variation observed for the mostly for the 1% PVA and 7 days and 28 days. The 28 days was very higher, and whereas coming to the 11%, the reduction values are very less. So when we can also see the failure pattern, the failure pattern also like bulging failure. The bulging failure, it is showing like the samples are behaving like very elastic, more elastic material. So this is microstructure pictures of polymer treated sand. So we can see the bonding between the two particles. Between the particles, there is a high contact point because of the polymer. So the final conclusion I can say that polymer with the use of polyvinyl acetate, we can effectively stabilize the sandy soil, and also it can be used for the in situ soil stabilization. And it also we can also see the from the SEM analysis that the contact points are very tightly bonded, so it can be used for the further scope. And the thermoplastic characteristics also we have to evaluate. That is the further scope of the studies. These are the references, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Prabhakar.
Yes, sir.
I'd be happy if the questions
Yes,
to be asked from the audience side.
Yes, sir.
Some of the questions can be asked from the audience. audience. Okay, Prabhakar,
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes.
Two things it is important, like if you changing something in the soil, right? You are adding
Yes.
the PV.
Yes, sir.
PVA.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So don't think so. The properties of the soils will be like the physical properties, physical nature of the soils will be changed. Chemical nature of the soils will be changed. And second thing is that is very important, like the fertility of the soils. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
because adding this PVA, you are directly playing with the environment.
Yes,
Right?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
But
what is your view actually? Tell me.
yes, sir. Actually, we have seen the many literatures, and also we practically tested the soils. We tested for the pH and also the TDS with
Right.
the leachability characteristics. And
Yeah.
the most part, it is not affecting much to the soil. And also, we are concerning about the geotechnical aspect, not about the agriculture and soil nutrient aspects. So this completely sustainable and will not affect the environment. There are the studies, and
Mhm.
also there are the implementations.
You have done the same study, right? SEM study. You have done it. SEM. Am I audible? Prabhakar? Okay. I think Prabhakar, we're not able to hear you. Okay.
Sir,
Right.
hello,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, Prabhakar, you have done the same study.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So did this study with the soil modified with the PVA, or have you done the study like which one you have taken the control? The control like only soil without PVA. Have you taken the control also?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what is
Without
the difference that you have found it?
different, I have found that the white space is decreasing, and particles are contacting with the particles are retaining with this polymer films. So there is a three-dimensional coating on the particles. That contact points are higher when you compare to the bare sand to treated sand.
Okay. Okay, Prabhakar.
Thank you
Very
so
good.
much, sir.
Thank you, Prabhakar. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
We need to do some more work on the same
Yes,
topic.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I invite to third presenters, Deepta Batra and Niyati. 3 and 4. They will present the same topic, Deepta Batra and Niyati. So the presentation topic is use of graphene quantum dots for the early detection of breast cancer. Deepta Batra and Niyati, please.
Yes,
your
sir.
work.
Hello.
Yeah,
Just a minute, sir. We are
you are
sharing our
audible.
screen.
You're
Yes,
audible.
sir. Just a minute. We're sharing the screen. Okay. Is the screen visible?
It's visible. Yeah, it's visible. Good.
Okay. So, good evening, everybody. Today, my teammate Niyati and I will be sharing our research with you on the topic use of graphene quantum dots for the early detection of breast cancer. Before we give you our understanding and our research, we would like to cover a few basic topics with you, which Niyati will be starting off with. So, firstly, we will start with what are nanoparticles. But they are particles between 1 to 100 nanometers size. They can exhibit various physical and chemical properties like thermal properties, optical
Niyati,
properties.
Niyati, your voice is not coming properly.
Now is it like audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Deepta.
Sir, I am speaking from Deepta's laptop only.
Okay, right, good.
Okay, sir. Yes.
So can I start again or?
No, you can continue from here. Okay.
Okay. So they, as I said earlier, they exhibit various physical and chemical properties, and they can either occur naturally or can also be created by combustion process too. So there are three major types of nanoparticles, which are carbon-based nanoparticles, metal nanoparticles, semiconductor nanoparticles. So quantum dot is one of is a man-made nanoparticle whose size generally varies from 2 to 10 nanometer. When UV light hits quantum dot, it emits various colors depending on its size. So graphene quantum dot is one of a quantum dot which can be used in biomedical engineering. So the why we are using graphene quantum dots. So this is because it has low toxicity, and because of that very reason, it is biocompatible and does not harm any biological activities. It is also, its production is also low cost, and it is small in size, so it can move inside the body. It has high photostability, which means it can last longer than other organic dyes. It also conducts electricity and can also catalyze various reactions. So now Deepta will tell about breast cancer and why breast cancer.
Okay. So the reason that we took breast cancer as our main study was because statistically a lot of data shows that there is a high rise in women who are being detected with breast cancer. However, the detection happens in a very later stage, due to which the treatment becomes very difficult. So we decided to study on this so that we can come up with a method for the early detection of breast cancer. As we know that it mostly occurs in women and rarely in men, and it is the most common cancer after skin cancer. So now, what exactly is breast cancer? Let us touch upon the basics. The symptoms of breast cancer are lump formation, the change in shape or size of breast, or some sort of redness that is visible. The causes, there are various causes for it. It can be increasing age, or it can be genetically transmitted, or the person is exposed to some radiation. And diagnosis currently are done through digital mammography and ultrasonography. So what are the prevention methods that are currently being used? The very first being clinical. Clinical screening is done by using mammogram, where small changes in the breast tissue are detected. Lifestyle prevention method can be by taking a healthy diet, by exercising regularly, and by not smoking. This reduces the risk of having breast cancer. And self-examination is by feeling breasts for lumps or any changes. Next slide. So now we'll talk more about the existing solutions.
The existing solution which are present right now to detect the breast cancer are ultrasound, MRI, and mammogram. Even though we are using them right now, there are a few drawbacks of existing solution, which are false results. Sometimes there are overdiagnosis, which may lead to unnecessary or over treatment. In ultrasound, we have seen that there is low resolution, which may decline the accuracy, and there are, and also because of the waves, ultrasound may get blocked. Like the waves may get blocked, which may lead to inaccurate results. Also, if we talk about MRI, patients may feel claustrophobic and confined due to the small and enclosed space in which the MRI scanner works. Also, there are there are few metal devices implanted in the body, it may the magnetic field may affect them and harm the body. Also, for MRI, as you know, that a contrast agent is required. It may do some harmful reactions with our body and harm the patient.
So now, since we know what are the drawbacks of the existing mechanisms, by referring through a lot of already being performed studies and some that are still undergoing their trials, we have come up with a mechanism that will help with the early detection of breast cancer. So let me walk you through the mechanism. First of all, we will start by synthesizing graphene quantum dot using the top-down method. In a very simple language, top-down method or top-down synthesis breaks down larger graphene sheets into smaller and more manageable pieces by ultrasonication. There is no method. Once we have synthesized the graphene quantum dot, it is injected inside the body intravenously, preferably near the target site, that is near the tumor cell formation. So once this graphene quantum dot is induced inside the body, it needs to be ensured that it is reaching the specific target. It is done by a method known as peptide targeting. In peptide targeting, we are using a lot of receptors, some of them known as NPY and somatostatin.
Please wrap up the presentation. Please wrap up the presentation first. Okay.
Okay, sir. So once we are done with the peptide targeting, which ensures that we have it is binding to the specific type, the graphene quantum dots then get excited and illuminate using the UV radiation. So basically, if the tumor cell is present, the graphene quantum dot will get excited. Now next,
Your voice is not coming. Your voice is not coming.
hello, is it coming now?
Yeah.
Okay, so where did it go away? Can I say it again?
No. We just continue from here. Okay.
Okay.
This side.
So
Okay.
tracking, as Niyati mentioned, a property of high photostability. It is used over here in tracking, where it can stay longer inside the body. Therefore, the exact location of the tumor can be detected faster. Next is sulfonation. Once it is done detecting the tumor presence, the graphene quantum dots can also be used in the mechanism of sulfonation, where it converts cellulose into soluble form. So this is a basic diagram of which we created on Minecraft to show the entire process and make it easier for explanation. Step 1, injecting, step 2, the pathway, and step 3, where it binds to the target tumor cells. So now let me quickly walk you through the SWOT analysis of our project that we had named. So the strength of this project is that it helps in the detection of tumor in growing stage. It gives the detailed information about the shape and the structure using mammography. It helps differentiate between benign and malignant tumor, and obviously a better tracking of treatment. However, there are weaknesses of this as well. So even though this is a very this is a very growing topic, there is not a lot of information available on it, and it is becoming difficult to gather information. And graphene quantum dots is a relatively new area, so knowing about it is becoming a bit difficult. So with this, we come to the next, that is opportunities and threats. So obviously, because this is a new area, there is increase in the employment opportunities for people. There is new horizon, and there is nanoparticles and quantum dots will become the future. However, there are threats to it as well. Hello?
Deepta, you have to stop the presentations because we are running out of time. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So yes, sir. Our conclusion is this, that with the growing of graphene quantum dots, it can become very helpful in the sector of early detection of breast cancer.
Thank you so much, Deepta and Niyati. Thank you so much. But the thing is, this work is more theoretical. Okay. There is no lab work done on this project. Am I right?
Yes,
because,
sir.
Yeah. So you have to work on the bench work. You have to do some bench work on this. This topic is very important, and it is really emerging field, graphene quantum dots, but need to work in the lab also, right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So we invite to the next presenter. Rasmi Rawat, and she will talk about plant protein carbohydrate conjugation via Maillard reactions, a green approach to improve plant protein functionalities. Rasmi Rawat, please start your presentation. Rasmi Rawat, are you available? I think she is not available, so we have to move different presentations. So Ms. Sweta Agrawal, are you available? Sweta Agrawal. So she is going to present on analysis and effect of urbanization and infrastructure on air quality index using machine learning algorithms in Indian cities. So Sweta Agrawal, I invite you for presentations now.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible perfectly.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Okay.
Good evening. Please
Yeah.
start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Just 1 minute. Okay. Is my screen is visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. So my topic of presentation today is analysis and effect of urbanization and infrastructure on air quality index using ML algorithms in Indian cities. Now, just to give an introduction, sorry, 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Because we are the witness of urbanization that is going very fast. So in the era of rapid urbanization, Indian cities are grappling with various complex environmental changes. So, and one change that is the reason for air pollution. So basically, my idea was to study, to analyze the impact of rapid urbanization, which is going very fast. And again, another factor which I have chosen, that was infrastructure development, in the cities. So how it is affecting the AQI, air quality index, across multiple Indian cities. And then there I had chosen a few ML algorithms. So again, with this study, my contribution can be that, need for sustainable city planning and infrastructure so that we can predict our environment. Now, again, what analysis I have done with this is, rapid urbanization and infrastructure development on the air AQI, again on the different cities. And then different parameters I have chosen, to get this is that increased vehicular emissions, construction dust, and industrial pollution. Now, 1 minute. Okay. So, this I got this survey that few Indian cities they have chosen as they are rapidly growing, rapidly developing. So few names are there. So I have chosen these city, I could arrange the data of these cities to predict AQI, right? And again, these cities are just based on cultural and environment, stability, health, infrastructure, and education. Okay, so I was reading many papers on this, so there were few which I could read. So there again, they have done, it is a kind of, they have chosen smart cities again. Then one paper was there, they mentioned about, the wind speed, wind direction, humidity, how they are working they are contributing or an air pollutants. This was about literature review. Moving ahead now. Now this is something, from where I want to start, that this graph says that how urbanization and urban development is there in the India. So if you can see this graph, so it is continuously increasing, and so urbanization is, again, it is increasing. Okay, just 1 minute. So with this, I just wanted to show that, there are some states which are actually taking urbanization, it is increasing there. So population residing in urban areas in India, according to 1901 census, 11.4%. Now it is increasing to 28.53% by this 2001 census. And now currently 34%, it is 2017, according to World Bank. Now, according to a survey by the United Nations, in 2030, it will reach to 40.76%. So this graph is basically showing the number of persons living in urban areas. Okay, now since urbanization infrastructure growth was the main factor in my this paper, so again, degree of urbanization from this year to 2021, that how it is increasing. So if you will see, the growth is now it is reached to 35.39%, right? Okay. This is, we are saying that infrastructure growth. So this was, again, I could collect from this particular source, that they are saying that 500% increase in road transport and highway budget allocation since 2014. So again, this is a sign of how infrastructure is going. Then 400 Vande Bharat by 2025. So this is showing again infrastructure growth in nut and shell. Okay, so this is again important, we are talking about AQI. So this is CBCP, they have defined the air quality index, where they are showing the range that if your AQI fall in this particular range, then that will be, good, satisfactory or moderate. So this is, again, they have shown that how AQI is directly, it will take your health. So let's say if it is 200 for any city, then it means that is again a poor one. So this AQI index is this. Okay, now coming to my work. So I could arrange the data. There it was data of 5 cities from 2015 to 2020. And there I get the data from the CPCB website, where data was not in that condition that I can directly apply the machine learning algorithms. So I worked on the missing values first. So here to work on this, I used a platform R. There I could first check with the missing values, and then definitely the data was not in the normalization form, so I could apply the normalization there. Reason being that I can select the features in a good way. Then I did some exploratory data analysis just to get an idea that on which variable I need to work more. Then in our machine learning algorithms, I apply so I took here 2 machine learning algorithms. One is SVM, that is support vector machine, and another one is random forest RF model. So there I split the data into 2 set, training and testing. So the percentage was 80% and 20%. And there then ML model I applied, and then validation was done, then AQI prediction, and then equation and comparative analysis of model, which I'll be showing here. So this is, as I said, that I did some exploratory data analysis. So I have just picked a few graphs here. So if you can see the trend, so this is there in the 2017-18, the bars are showing high. So it varied from city to city, So exploring the trends of air pollutants over the last 6 years, average AQI values over the aforementioned tenure for the 6 cities in India. I took actually 5, sorry, the number mistake is here, but you know, I have shown here few. Now again, you know, when we talk about the air pollution, there are different pollutants which are there, which we count actually. So if you will see in this particular graph, I have just given a brief that we are talking about CO and NO2. If you will see, percentage is high in Ahmedabad for this CO and percentage of NO2 is high in Delhi. So in this way, I created few graphs. Okay, now this is just to do some more exploratory analysis. I created some box plot. So box plot, if you will check, so this is variation analysis of pollutants through box plot. So again, I have picked up here, which are actually PM 2.5 and PM particulate matter 10, which are actually high. So I have picked up these two just to show here, you know. So box plot of this from 2015 to 2020, where you can see that it is again in 2017, it is going on the higher side. So similarly, if you will check for PM10, so it is 2019, where they are saying that it is going high. Okay, now this is my summary of the work. As I said that I took few models, 1, 2 that support vector machine and random forest. So these are the matrices through which we check the accuracy of the model. So accuracy, if you can see here, it random forest model, it is giving the high accuracy comparatively SVM. So actually in precision value even it is giving high, but then yes, recall it is SVM which is showing the high value. Now moving to this, one minute, just 1 minute. Okay, so now moving to this, I applied this SMOTE, where this is basically, you know, synthetic minority over sampling technique, which we use then when we don't have the inadequate sample. So here to
please finish your presentation within a month.
Yes, sir, sure. So this is, you know, this is just to check again this MAE techniques, RMSE, this we took just to again check the more accuracy for these two models. So this I have just bifurcated this in training set and testing data set. So if you will check the tables, this is for testing and then again. So if this is workflow which I have spoken right now, this the similar one. Now if I'll conclude this, you know, so basically my conclusion would be yes, infrastructure and you know, urban growth and infrastructure growth, definitely it is making the AQI high. It indicates a substantial correlation between the pace of urbanization, infrastructure expansion, and the decline in the air quality. Air pollution causes noticeable damage to the environment as well as to human health. That is another conclusion. The results show improvement of the prediction accuracy and suggest that the model can be used in other smart cities as well. Urban air quality, definitely it is a challenge with the advent of industrialization, but I could try with few of the cities. Okay, so these are a few more which is related to how these two models are, you know, has given the result. Now this work, you know, I have done these this AQI prediction with these two models, but we can extend this by employing other deep learning techniques for AQI prediction. These are few references which I have taken. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Great, it is insightful talk. So now floor is open for question and answer. Audience can ask some question. Okay, Shweta,
yes,
it's very much important that if you are seeing the accuracy and precision, right?
Yeah.
So it's mostly depends on the size of the training data sets. Okay.
Okay.
What is the size? What is the size of your training data sets? Because you're just saying in percentage, like you have taken 80% training data set and 20% test, right?
Correct.
It is not mentioned into the actual what is the size numbers in terms of number, right?
Oh, yes,
And
sir,
that is
yes, sir.
very much important. Like you can take the 5 training and 2
I got
test.
it.
So in the
Okay.
percentage, you can say 80 and 20%, right?
Yes, sir,
So
yes, sir.
what is the actual size? This matters first. Okay.
Correct. Agree,
Yeah.
sir. So, sir, I took, let's say I took it for 5 cities. So there were 804,000, 22 records. So that was divided into 80% and 20%.
Do you think that this size is enough to measure the accuracy and precision? 8,400 in 5 cities. In 5 cities.
We could have more, sir. We could
What
have.
is the population size of all the cities?
I understand, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then my next question is, you have this used 2 machine learning tools, right? The one is support vector machine and another one is the
Random forest. Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Why you have not targeted first the deep learning one? And deep learning is it was seen that many work which we use the deep learning, this becomes more accurate as compared to this one. There are research, okay, and we have a reports on that, right? So once we have a research, then why we have not targeted first deep learning? Why we have targeted the SVMN?
Okay, sir. So since I was studying machine learning models, so I thought let me start with these 2. Then maybe I am having the scope of going with deep learning in the next stage.
So this is your individual work, or you are doing this work in the collaboration?
Sir, it is with the collaboration of my 2 colleagues.
So basically, you are in the computational engineer, or you are?
Sir, I belong to.
You want to?
Sir, I am teaching, IT analytics. So I'm not an engineer, but yes, I'm in the academics right now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sweta,
Thank you so much.
for your
Thanks.
insightful
Thanks,
talk.
everyone.
Thank you so much. Now I call to next presenter. Next presenter is Mr. Arpit Srivastava. Mr. Arpit Srivastava, please start your presentation. Dr. Arpit Srivastava, sorry. Yes. Dr. Arpit Srivastava, I think he is going to talk about on development of spirulina rich chocolate and its optimization using response surface methodology. So welcome, Dr. Arpit Srivastava. You are not audible, Dr. Arpit. Dr. Arpit, you are not audible. No, we are not able to hear you. Your voice is not coming. Dr. Arpit, please check your microphone. I'm sorry, your voice is not coming. Okay, Dr. Arpit, because you Dr. Arpit, yeah, now you are audible. Dr. Arpit? No, you are not audible, Dr. Arpit. Yeah. So we are running the time. So I think we have to move to the next presenters. Thereafter, we can take your presentations. So next presentation will be of Miss Jessica Bohra. Miss Jessica Bohra. Next presenter is Miss Jessica Bohra.
Hello.
And she will talk about exploration of food industry waste for extraction of resistant starch, a step towards the sustainable approach.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, welcome,
Am I
Jessica.
audible?
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Please continue.
So is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Make it in, yeah, good, very good.
So good evening, everyone. I, Jessica Bohra, student of MSc Food Technology, is going to share my thoughts and views on exploration of food industry waste for extraction of resistant starch, a step towards the sustainable approach. So by following the table of content, we will get to know about the abstract of my review article, the introduction, resistant starch, types of resistant starch, extraction of resistant starch generated from the food waste, resistant starch effects on human health, future trends, and conclusion. Resistant starch has gained considerable attention due to its health benefits, bioavailability, and potential as a direct fiber source. It resists enzymatic degradation and remains intact as it passes through a large intestine. This unique property of resistant starch offers several potential health benefits, including improved bowel function, enhanced satiety, better glycemic control, and increased production of beneficial fatty acids with a short chain by gut bacteria, which have been connected to modifications in the body metabolism. Introduction. Starch is the main element that ensures the population that has an adequate caloric intake, accounting for around 40% of the world's energy consumption. Starch that is highly digestible results in inadequate nutritional issues, which causes an initial caloric surplus that makes it difficult to absorb healthy nutrients and just absorb energy in excess, increasing the probability of obesity and further health issues. Moving on to the types of starch, first we have rapidly digestible starch. RDS is primarily constituted of amorphous and scattered starch, which is highly abundant in starchy items cooked over moist heat, including the bread and potatoes. Chemically, it is quantified as starch. After 20 minutes of the enzymatic digestion, it becomes the constituent glucose molecule. Then we move to the slowly digestible starch, SDS. It is fully assimilated in the small intestine, just like RDS, yet it takes longer time. Amorphous starch and the type A and C crystal structures are both present in raw starch. The chemical analysis identifies as the glucose generated from starch after an additional 100 minutes of enzyme breakdown. Moving to resistant starch, although the starch that is fermented in the colon rather than the small intestine, the small chain fatty acids are produced during this process. Resistant starch. In the small intestine, resistant starch resists digestion and largely remains intact in the large intestine. It behaves more like a dietary fiber and is not broken down by the digestive enzymes. This characteristic feature of resistant starch has the probability to improve a number of body functions like bowel function, satiety, glycemic control, and amount of good gut bacteria that create short-chain fatty acids. Moving to the types of resistant starch.
First, we have resistant starch type 1, starch that is not readily available. In fully or partial milled grains, tubes, and seeds, RS1 binds to proteins, pieces of cell walls, and other physical obstacles. It is physically impossible for digesting enzymes to access RS1. The physical barrier in the food can be segmented by grinding and protease hydrolysis, which lowers the RS1 concentration. Talking about RS2, which is B or C type polymorphous in raw granule starch, enzymes are unable to hydrolyze them due to their granule crystallinity. The fact that heat processing of RS2 results in a significant loss of RS content creates a hurdle for culinary application. Since it has a long chain double helical crystallites, a specific type of RS2 known as HAM, high amylose maize starch, is entirely dependable on the majority for methods for cooking. RS3, retrogradated starch. Retrogradation causes the two polymer chain to reassociate, forming double helix that are fortified by hydrogen bonds, which increase the structure's resistance to hydrolysis by enzymes. For the manufacture of RS3, linear amylose molecules are preferred over amylopectin because they retrograde more quickly and generate stronger crystallites. RS4 is chemically modified starch. Based on its water solubility and the scientific techniques used for the investigations, RS4 is further divided into subgroups. By producing steric obstacles at the location of enzyme action, biochemical processes implement the digestion of starch. For instance, the starch is modified by octane succinate anhydrous and hydrophobic octane succinate OS groups are added to the starch molecules, preventing amyloliptic enzymes from binding to the starch. RS5, maltodextrin with a resistant lipid structure and amylose. RS5 consists of two distinct parts. The first part consists of amylose lipid complexes, which are created when lipid and amylose combine to form single helical structures. In order to create resistant maltodextrin, native starch must first undergo pyroconversion and then enzymatic hydrolysis.
Jessica, please turn on your video camera. Jessica, turn on your video camera. It is off. Yes, good. Let's continue.
So now the extraction for RS generated from food waste. We'll talk about banana peel, potato peel, jackfruit seeds, banana pseudostem flour, black logan seeds, and rice bran. Moving to the banana peel, the yield and extraction efficiently of the RS can be improved using sustainable practices like ultrasound. The outcome showed that an effective approach of valorization of banana peel may be produced by combining ultrasonic treatment with enzymatic extraction of resistant starch. Peels of green bananas are a great source of RS since they have a high concentration of it, making them a perfect use of a functional food. Moving forward, potato peel. By using type 1 pulinase, which was discovered from a thermal spring metagonum, the starch in peel was exposed to debranching, and then the RS3 was prepared by retrogradation. It was attempted to convert the potato starch that couldn't be turned into resistant starch into malto-oligosaccharides. About 40% of, that is 3.7 grams of starch, might be produced from 1 kilogram of peel of potato. Jackfruit seeds. Increase in the RS quantity was typically seen when temperatures between 80 to 110 degrees Celsius were combined with moisture levels to 20 to 25%. In samples exposed to higher moisture/temperature, moderate alternations in SEM and XRDA patterns were seen. As the moisture content was raised in the sample, DSC studies revealed rises in the gelatinization temperature, although there were a little variation in amylose contents that were correlated in the RS content. Less swelling was presented in the samples that were greater in RS. Nonetheless, the solubility was considerably unaffected. Banana pseudostem flour. It has been claimed that the banana pseudostem contained resistant starch in addition to higher quality starch. The banana pseudostem is still regarded in the food sector as the agricultural waste, even when it is used to make sanitary products. Next, we have black longan seeds. The longan is a well-known tropical fruit that is grown throughout the Asia and is also known as the botanical name Dimocariopus longan lore. Longan fruit are grown in such a large quantity that numerous goods can be produced from them. Black longan, also known for its medicinal, and numerous goods can be prepared from them. Black longan known for their medicinal properties and have been traditionally used in medicine, primarily utilizing the dried, dark brown flesh. Rice bran, it is created as a solid
Jessica, this is more theoretical. Can you tell me, are you going to present some research work that you have done on this one?
So I have
any methodology that you have followed, like?
This is not a research paper, it's a review article, sir.
So you're just presenting the review articles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so but you have to wrap up the presentations fast, okay?
Okay, sir. So the rice bran is created as a solid agro waste leftover when paddy rice is milled to create polished rice. The thickest paste was created by RS40C sample, which was clearly shown in the paste making results. This demonstrated a robust interaction between the soluble polysaccharide molecules and the colloidal particles. Such starch has a larger concentration and is more resistant to digestive enzymes, which may be explained in this discovery. So now we'll talk about how resistant starch can also increase the human health in various aspects. So first we will be talking about the gut health. At the population level, RS has been demonstrated to be one of the best components for boosting diuretic levels, but it is also obvious that not every person benefits equally from RS supplementation, with some individuals staying non-responsive. Type 2 diabetes. In chronologically fed adults, resistant starch does not reduce insulin resistance by altering the metabolism of both adipose tissues and the muscles. Postprandial glycemia is decreased when available resistant starch replaces
So you have
carbohydrate.
30 seconds only, Jessica. You have to finish the presentation within 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. And similarly, the research papers I have found was helping in cholesterol, decreasing and controlling the cholesterol levels, and moving on to the colon cancer. It also showed that the probiotic bacteria gets broken down because of resistant starch and consumption of resistant starch, and it can be helped in preventing of colon cancer. And it can also manage weight by consuming resistant starch. And for the future trends, there will be a great scope in durum seeds, breadfruit, mango kernel, and avocado seeds that has a great scope in the extraction of resistant starch in future, as the work is still going on it. So resistant starch in cocoa husk also is present when it encounters to heat. So the concluding my presentation, resistant starch can be used as a functional component in food items to boost nutritional values and health benefits. It can also be used to improve dietary fiber content and promote digestive health in bread items, snacks, beverages, and dairy products. Apart from this, the large intestine microorganisms break through the RS to create SFC that helps to control blood sugar levels and reduce calorie intake, making it beneficial for weight management and controlling appetite. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. But I would suggest you, like, because this is a review paper. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you take the help of the review paper, but you do some work in the lab. Okay. You
Yes,
have
sir.
to do some research on the.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you so much. Okay. Now I invite Rasmi Rawat. Rasmi Rawat. She will talk about the plant protein carbohydrate conjugation via Maillard reaction, a green approach to improve plant protein functionalities. Rasmi Rawat, please start your presentation.
The screen is visible. Good evening, all.
You just make it in presentation mode.
Is it visible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
You are audible, but the slide is not visible to us. This is not,
Slides are not visible.
you have to make it in presentation mode. The slide
Yes,
you just present in slide mode.
Screen. Is it visible now, sir?
It is not visible. Yeah, it's fine. Then click on the slideshow. Slideshow, yes. Slideshow. It is visible. Yeah, now it is very good.
Okay.
Please.
Good evening, all. Myself, Rashmi Rawat, and I'm from Slight Longowal. Currently, I'm here pursuing PhD as a research scholar. So today, my topic on this presentation is plant protein carbohydrate conjugation via Maillard reaction, a green approach to improve plant protein functionalities. So these are my contents. I'm skipping this. So from introduction, like a shift in consumer choices towards a vegan diet based on health or ethical preferences and sustainability has already recent years, paying of the way of replacing animal-based protein with the plant-based one. So both animal and plant origin proteins are prone to structural deformation or their instability due to their sensitivity to pH, either temperature or external stresses. Therefore, they can be readily hydrolyzed by peptic enzymes or they are readily degraded. So different approaches have been opted to enhance the various functional properties of plant proteins. So among them, Maillard conjugation is considered a promising approach to broaden the use of plant proteins in food processing, as this reaction is cost-effective, spontaneous, and we do not require any additive for its initiation. So Maillard reaction, as we all know, it is a non-enzymatic reaction that has a crucial role in formation of flavor and aroma in food products, and it is catalyzed at higher temperature. So while going a complex set of reactions, the reducing sugar that is present in the carbohydrate is react with the free amino group of the protein in the food to form different glycoconjugates. It is a mixture of like protein and carbohydrate. While further reaction form these Maillard reaction products. Apart from their contribution to flavor and color development, the Maillard reaction products can be used as natural, endogenous, and free radical scavenging and antibacterial agents. So this is a brief overview of Maillard conjugation. It is categorized into 3 different stages. The first one is early stage, second one is intermediate, and the third one is advanced stage. So in protein carbohydrate conjugation, we generally focus on the early stage. In this, this is used for our protein conjugation. It improves the functional properties of the plant proteins. So in this reaction, it is involved by sugar amine condensation, and here the Amadori rearrangements are there. Now in the second one, intermediate stage, both early and intermediate Maillard reaction products are formed, and they have antioxidant, antimicrobial, and anti-mutagenic activity. And in the third one, advanced glycation and products are formed, so which affect the flavor and taste of the Maillard reaction products, and they also affect the sensory and nutritional attributes. So among various Maillard conjugation methods, the dry heating method is the conventional one. In this method, we take the aqueous solution of protein and carbohydrate and mix them to the desired ratio, like 1:1, depending on the protein and carbohydrate used. Then the mixture is lyophilized, and then the conjugates are produced during storing the sample in the temperature range of 40 to 80, and 60 is the most common which we use because as we all know that the protein have some denaturation temperature, so we prefer 60 or less than 60 temperature for Maillard conjugation. Here we take the relative humidity of 65 or 79, and 79 is most commonly used. Afterward, we take the synthesized conjugates immediately, cool to stop the reaction and for further characterization. Similarly, in a wet heating method, what we do, we take the aqueous solution of both the protein and carbohydrate, but it has some adverse effect on the protein, like protein get denatured or polymerization at elevated temperature. So in the presence of high concentration of reactant, the Maillard reaction yield could increase, but it will also affect the protein denaturation and polymerization. So these are some of the studies which is done on protein carbohydrate conjugation. Like several authors have taken lysozyme and dextran, that combination of protein and carbohydrate, and they found that on the basis of different techniques, they have found that they've improved the functional properties or emulsifying properties of the plant-based proteins. So then these are the novel methods for Maillard conjugation. First one is ultrasonic assisted Maillard conjugation. Second one is pulsed electric field assisted Maillard conjugation and electrospinning assisted Maillard conjugation. So now the factors which affect the plant protein carbohydrate conjugations are like conjugation time. So if you increase the conjugation time, the reaction time will also increase. Similarly, when we increase the temperature, the reaction rate will be faster depending on the protein and carbohydrate ratio, or type of protein or type of carbohydrate. The relative humidity, if we talk about relative humidity for Maillard conjugation, the optimum relative humidity is 0.3 to 0.5, which is required for Maillard conjugation. Similarly, water activity, protein to carbohydrate ratio also affect the Maillard conjugation rate. Molecular weight of the carbohydrate, let's say if we take dextran, we vary the molecular weight like from 20, 40, 60 kilodalton. It's up to us. And the number of amino groups and carbonyl groups that are available for Maillard reactions. So the food application of Maillard reaction is in like we talk about plant proteins. So we can improve the emulsifying properties of the plant-based proteins. So we use them as an emulsifier in food products. Similarly, in gel system, we can improve the texture. And currently, the gelation of plant proteins can be used as an alternative to milk for yogurt and other processing products. And the third one is antioxidant properties. So here we can enhance the antioxidant properties of plant-based proteins by conjugating with the carbohydrate. And some authors have found that they have better antioxidant properties than the synthetic one. So I'm concluding with this presentation. These are my references, and currently I have worked on plant-based, plant protein-based conjugation, and I have taken the dry heating method, and I have also found that this method is very effective for enhancing the functionality of plant-based protein.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Rasmi. Rasmi, could you tell me, have you developed any protein carbohydrate conjugates in the lab?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have during my PhD, one of our objective was on plant-based protein. So I have isolated protein from sun hemp protein, sun hemp seeds, and I have conjugated it with the dextran. I have taken one polysaccharide. So based on the results I have found, I have seen that there is improvement in the functional characteristics of this like sun hemp protein,
so the
which I have isolated.
The functionalities of the conjugates that is enhanced, like the protein after making conjugation, the efficiency is enhanced or it
Yes,
is
sir.
it is enhanced, right?
Yes,
Huh?
sir. It is approved.
But
Yes, sir.
but the thing is the methods that we followed for making the conjugations, the
Yes, sir.
protein and carbohydrate conjugates, we
Yes, sir.
use the temperature 80 degrees C.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Don't
Sir,
think
but
so
I
that,
have used 60.
yeah.
I have used 60 degree.
Right, you have used 60 degree,
Yes,
but you
sir.
mentioned in the presentation that we can use the 80 degree.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We
Okay.
can vary the temperature, but it has some adverse effect. So 60 is the optimum temperature, which maximum authors have adopted. So
Right.
likewise, I have also taken 60 degree.
Yeah, you understood my question. Actually, I want
Yes,
to
sir.
ask
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
because the 80 degree C, the many proteins,
Yes,
they are
sir.
denatured. So if it is
Yes, sir.
denatured,
Yes,
then
sir.
the function, how it could be, means like play some functions. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So it will
Yes,
be,
sir.
it
Yes,
will
sir.
be
Sir,
affected. Even if
sir,
we had-
it can be varied, but I have we can see the effect of different temperature combinations also. But on the basis of river literature, I have taken 60 only because at 60 degree we can we have the protein denaturation temperature around around 60 degrees. So I have taken the this range 60 degree.
So,
I have not gone above this.
so
60 degree.
why you have not presented this data in today's presentation?
Actually, sir, I have communicated that paper in
So
some
it is
reputed
not
journal.
it is not yet published, right?
Yes, sir. It is under communication.
Okay, okay. It's good
Yes.
work because there are many things that we have to look at. When you
Yes,
make
sir.
the conjugates, then first thing is at different temperature. Okay, this
Yes,
is the
sir.
factor.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah.
after making the conjugates, once the conjugates is
Hmm.
developed, like the protein,
Yes, sir.
carbohydrate conjugates is developed, then we have to look at the properties of this conjugate. Is it affected?
Yes, sir.
or
There,
not affected?
yes, sir. So there are many characterization method like SDS page, circular dichromosome is there, or
Yeah, CDS.
secondary structure or tertiary intrinsic fluorescence. I have seen all these properties, but I can't reveal my data because it is under communication.
So CD spectra,
So-
like this facility is available in your lab, right?
No, sir. Right. This facility is not available, but I have done it from MTech
Outsource.
Chandigarh. Yes, sir. Outsource. Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much. If any questions from the audience side, please, they can ask. Okay. No
Thank
question.
you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank-
much, sir, for
thank
giving me
you.
this opportunity. Okay.
Thank you so much. So this was the last presentation. Okay. So thank you to
Okay,
everyone. And
Thank
I
you so
also like you were here, you attended this presentation. So that's very good because the sharing of the knowledge is important. Okay. And whoever left, so for everyone, actually, I just thank to everybody. Okay. Everyone. Thank you so much.